Hello, hello, hello. It is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Want to give a shout out, as D Money would like to say, shout out to the regulars. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of the moderators who either show up, at the beginning, middle, or towards the end. Shout out to the members, anybody on Patreon, and anybody who just may so happen to drop something in the super chat, right? Much love, respect, and appreciation. And as you can clearly see from the title, this woman directly in front of you has stated that non-Black Americans run New York. I'm a little bit confused by that because I could have sworn. Now I need somebody to let me know. And again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all the New Yorkers directly out there. But I'm just trying to figure out something. At what point in time were Black Americans pretty much erased when it deals with New York? Symbolism with the culture, the music, and everything like that. Because I'm a little bit confused on how specifically that took place, or better yet, when it took place. So we're going to listen to the video because I think looking back before I went live, somebody stated one of the videos that she did, she ended up actually taking down. So one or maybe some of the videos that you may see here, you might not be able to see directly on her social media because of the backlash that she's getting. So let's get into it.
This is to all the transplants. Leave New York City. It's no reason why y'all are complaining about Caribbean music being played when Jamaican, Haitians, and Trini run majority of this city. And the Dominicans. I'm not going to forget the Dominicans. And the Puerto Ricans too. Get out of here. Because there's no reason why I should be seeing on Twitter people complaining about Caribbean music at a party in New York. I don't know if I'll remember, but this city is literally the Caribbean. Like, what? Get out of here, please. Yo, Black Americans, can you chill in my comments?
So let me just peel that back. Right?
But this city is literally the Caribbean.
When did New York become the Caribbean? Somebody let me know, because that's a little bit weird. You literally have your own area of which you can call home. You got your own people directly there. You got your family. You got your heritage. You got religion, cultural dishes, the way that you dress, all of that. So how did you go from, all right, this is what I identify to be directly home, to now New York is just automatically, the Caribbean? I'm a little bit confused. I don't specifically understand. I don't know how that specifically works. That's a weird claim to me. That's like me moving, directly to the islands or to Africa or somewhere, and I'm like, yeah, this is automatically United States. This is automatically Detroit. That sounds completely crazy. But let's continue.
Like, get out of here, please. Yo, Black Americans, can you chill in my comments? Like, I never dissed y'all. I never disrespected y'all. I said, how do you want to hear plies in a city where you hearing Bad Bunny on the streets in the Bronx? Like, stop chatting in my comments. This is not a diaspora war. I'm saying if majority of this city is Caribbean, expect to hear that music. If you want to hear the country music, if you want to hear the southern music, go down south, go to the millennial spots, go to the 35 plus club spots that's playing plies. And this is not even shade to plies. He's catching strays, but who is asking for plies? Who's requesting for plies in the spot? Are you guys okay?
I'm a little bit confused. So this is the thing. What Black Americans are specifically stating is that, yo, we just want to happen to hear our own music, right? We're in the United States. What we specifically want to hear is specifically our artists. Even if somebody is in, like, let's say somebody in New York wants to hear some Black music. All right, maybe they want to hear somebody from down south. No problem. There shouldn't be no issue. You stated that you're Caribbean. So I'm not understanding what the actual issue is with somebody in New York wanting to hear Plies or Outkast or Two Chains, Lil Wayne, or whatnot, or whatever. I don't understand what the problem specifically would be. Now I understand where Black Americans are coming from, where they're like, "Yo, I'm in my club in New York. Why am I hearing all this Caribbean music? Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy." I'm like, realistically, your music should be directly played in your clubs because that is for your people, right? This is what you grew up on, right? This is, in a sense, your heritage. This is your culture. So that should be played in your clubs, right? Not specifically every other club dealing with Black Americans around New York. That's crazy to me. It doesn't, make any type of sense. Maybe it's just me, right? Maybe it's just me. Alex said the pause on that gap is serious. Hey, the funniest thing is I didn't actually mean it to pause it there. It just happened that way. It just happened that way. But let's continue.
Okay, this is gonna be my last video because I enjoy debating y'all, but I'm just like done because it's not that serious. But this right here, auntie, it's no shade to you, but I don't know if you know, we the same flesh, we the same skin tone. I don't know why when it comes to diaspora wars, it kind of pulls out like that racist rhetoric that certain individuals have placed upon us that now we're repeating to each other.
Whoa. I gotta pause it there. Now, at one point in time, you're gonna sit up and say that you're Caribbean. You specifically said that you're not Black American, so we already know where everybody stands. So now when Black Americans have their complaints, right? Now you want to say, we don't need to do this whole divisive type of thing. And I want people to know she was the one that decided to make these 3 videos. Nobody told her to. Nobody told her to put her 2 cents into any of this at all. She decided to go on this 3 video rant. Now she's like, it was nice, doing this back and forth, but really, we got to fight the government, and it's this and it's that. And you got to understand, we shouldn't be so divided. And what are you talking about now? It's the switch up is real. It's like once that kitchen started getting a little bit too hot, I don't think she really understood what it was that she was saying online and how it was that people were going to respond directly to her, because this is quite a walk back to try to say that, we're all, part of the same thing, going through the nah to keep it exactly where it is that you had it.
That repeats this toxic mindset. We all came from one continent, were brought here and splattered all over the world. Some of us ended up in Jamaica, some of us ended up in America. If you wanted to get dual citizenship in a country, you could. It's easy. So just like you telling me to go back to my country, you could get citizenship in the country too. Like, why are y'all taking offense to something so simple?
Nah, because you got to understand, for Black Americans, this is us. This is us. This is ours. This is the best way I can sit up there and respectfully say it to anybody else that is not Black American, that does not have the lineage, that does not have the heritage, that does not have the culture, right? That does not have the life experience. Like, this is ours. I could not decide as a Black American to go to Haiti or the Caribbean or whatnot or whatever and decide that, we got a few of us here. I'm going to sit up there and claim this is ours, and I'm going to try to tell you this, that, and the third. That's disrespectful. You all know that for me to decide to go to somebody else's home and try to dictate and say this and say that, that's 1,000% disrespectful. And if those people in that house decide that they want to come at me a certain type of way, hey, I got to respect it, because I was speaking out of turn. There was no reason for me to decide to up and speak like that. And it's crazy to me how I see a lot of these people that are not Black American deciding that they want to hop up and they want to jump on whatever bandwagon because they feel hyped up at this moment in time for whatever reason. For whatever reason, they feel hyped up at this moment in time, and they want to start talking real greasy. I'm like, wow. I'm like, yo, The only reason that a lot of people here that are from a variety of different areas around the world can be so proud of who it is that you better be thanking Black Americans. Black Americans are the only reason why you are so comfortable being able to wave your flag, being able to speak the language of which that you speak, because of the blood, sweat, tears, hard work, dedication, all of the many sacrifices that you didn't have to do, that your people did not have to do, nor did we ever ask your people to do. But yet, this is the type of thanks that Black Americans get on an everyday basis. And she wanted to be like, oh, we need to stop being so divided. We actually come from one place. You're not up here saying that you're African. You're not saying that you're from the motherland. You're not sitting up there saying that you rep Africa and all this. No, you said that you're Caribbean. You said that why do Black Americans have a problem with Caribbean music being played here, there, and everywhere? Matter of fact, all of us immigrants, we run New York. New York is ours. That's clearly what you're saying. But now, after talking all of that divisive talk, you want to flip it and be like, you know what? Actually, the Caucasians, the government, they're the ones that really taught us how to be divisive, and we need to work together and come together as one because, we all came from one ship. We just got dropped off at different places. So, nah, I ain't trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that. And then you're going to try to tell Black Americans like, oh, well, all you have to do is just go somewhere else and get a dual citizen. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about at all. No Black Americans talking about, oh, yeah, I'm about to go to Jamaica and get a dual citizenship. For what? That's what are they going to get a dual citizenship for? What are they specifically going to get directly out of that dual citizenship? Realistically, nothing. Respectfully speaking, nothing. But what do people from other countries coming to the United States to get a dual citizenship? What do they get? Everything. They get everything that their country cannot provide them. And that is a fact. This is why you have so many immigrants from around the world pushing, cheating, and trying to do any and everything in order to get into the United States to quote unquote live a better life. Like I said, it's crazy work. Everything that Black Americans have done, and still no type of respect. None. People don't want to dust off their shoes. They don't want to take off their coats. They don't want to take off their hat. They don't want to get the rain off of their umbrella before they lay it on the floor. Like, it's crazy. It's 100. Like, I would never sit up there and go to somebody else's land or country and have the type of mouth that I've seen other immigrants have here in the United States towards Black America. I would never do that. I was raised better. Obviously, everybody else wasn't. Like I said, I don't know who y'all parents were. They didn't raise y'all right. Y'all was raised by wolves, raised in sheds, uncouth, uncultured swine. It's crazy work. Like I said before, like that just further proves that Black Americans are different from other groups of people directly out here. I'm not going to go to Africa and decide to place there and be disrespectful to those African people in their own home after they welcomed me there. I'm not going to do that. Not going to go to Jamaica. Not going to go to Haiti. Not going to go to any of the other islands direct. I'm not going to do that to a whole nother group, to a whole nother culture. Like I said, y'all don't even understand how disrespectful y'all be talking, how wild y'all talk directly online to Black Americans while cosplaying as Black Americans, while using the lingo of Black Americans, while dressed as Black Americans, while styling, walking, doing everything that Black Americans do on an everyday basis. Crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. It be like that, though. It 100% be like that, though. And y'all wonder why it is that you got people out here getting deported that are coming directly from the islands and all this other type of stuff. Matter of fact, that's going to lead me into this story. Let me get this image up for you guys real quick. This guy's a Trump supporter. And so it says, Cuban pro-Trump rapper El Funky at risk of deportation. Quote, I have 30 days to leave the country. Right? It says Cuban rapper and President Donald Trump supporter El Funky is facing deportation after migrating to the United States 4 years ago. According to Politico, the artist's real name, which I cannot pronounce, was denied residency application earlier this month under 1966 Cuban Adjustment Act. In 2016, under the Obama administration, the act was amended to prohibit exemptions for Cuban migrants who enter the country without a visa. Donnie now has 30 days to leave the United States or be deported, where he may face imprisonment in Cuba. Earlier this month, the rapper who was featured on Protest Anthem, again, can't pronounce it, don't want to mess it up, alongside some other notable artists and guests, I guess, stated that he called for help in an Instagram post. Quote, "I have 30 days to leave the country or I will be deported. I ask all of my Cuban brothers and sisters who know of my anti-communist history and the members of Congress of this country who need your support more than ever." El Funky fled El Funky fled from Cuba to reside in Miami, and although he was previously championed by Cuban politician Marco Rubio and Mario Diaz-Balart, the two haven't publicly spoken on the rapper's behalf, but the possibility of deportation hasn't changed El Funky stance on Trump, despite him not being able to legally vote. Currently, the only Florida representative to advocate for El Funky is Maria Salazar, who called the rapper a political refugee who deserves the full protection of the United States immigration law. Quote, "We are working with the USCIS, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, to ensure that they understand the serious risk of torture and political persecution he faces if returned to Cuba. Quote, I am not going to shut up. Going back puts my life in danger." It's crazy work, like I said before. It's 100% crazy work. And these are the exact same people who come directly to the United States. They want to, be high and mighty. They want to be proud, like, I'm a proud, Cuban and da da da, but you're not in Cuba. you literally took a boat. you took a raft and you made it to the shores of Florida. Automatically you're a refugee and now you're living here for 4 years. Huh? How'd that work? But you want to be sitting up there, waving on Flag Day. You want to be sitting up there waving your flag. You're a proud Cuban. How proud are you if you ran from home? How can you sit up there and say that you are proud to be who it is that you are and you're running from home? You going by airplane, you going by train, you going by wind sail, carrier pigeon, earthworm, whatever it is that you got to sit up there and do. You're making sure that you run from there, you make it to the United States. But yet you proud of who it is that you are. Huh? You know, you need to be proud to be an American. That's what you need to be doing, because you're not back home, because you said you don't want to go back home. Just like El Funky, he just sat up there and said, like, yo, my life is in risk. If I go back home, it's curtains for me. I'm going to be facing all types of persecution. I'm going to be in prison. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Well, it'd be like that. And then at the end of the day, he's like, I still support Trump. He is still El Presidente. Huh? His regime is packing you up, buddy. But you like, I still support him. Oh, my God. What was that main quote? You got a lot of people that will cut off their nose to spite their face. That's what this is. That's what this is. Like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Everybody think that they know what is best for them, and people wonder why it is that you don't see Black Americans supporting a lot of individuals like this when it deals with deportation. That's because y'all wanted to spit on us. That's because y'all wanted to, show us whatever cheek to kiss. You feel that we should be bowing down to you. You feel that you have full on ownership of the United States. You feel that you got in with the government or the ruling powers or however it is that you decided to side or vote politically. So here you go. Here you go. And now people sitting up there crying online, oh, why aren't the Black Americans sitting up there helping us out? Where are the Black Americans? We're all in this thing. No, we're not. No, we're not. I'm not holding up a sign on my IG or my social media talking about I need the United States to stop the deportation happening. I don't have up that sign. I've never even had a thought or a theory. I never even had an echo of a thought to come up with that sign, because I've never been in fear of being deported, nor will I ever be deported, because I am American. I've always been here, the same as my family, my family's family, family's family. Like I said before, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's a difference between being born here and being an import. It's a clear cut difference, and we're seeing this at this moment in time. El Funky is an import. I am something that is indigenous. I am something that has always been here. Only so few can actually say that and be proud of it. So, even though I have my disagreements with the United States, I can still sit up there and fly American flag, because that's home. It is what it is. We can have our disagreements. We can have this or that, but it's still home at the end of the day. Like I said, I ain't running. I'm fighting for every single thing that I got here. I don't care how small that little square of land may be. I'm still fighting for it, because it's mine. I have ownership. I know who it belongs to, and it ain't you. It ain't none of the immigrants that came directly over here and that's been bad mouthing any of the Black Americans for the longest time possible. It ain't none of y'all. Ain't none of y'all. So like I said, this is what it looks like when people wanted to talk so slick and wild to Black Americans for the longest time possible. Now y'all got to eat crow. Now you got to deal with the situation. Now you got to fix up the bed that you made. Because we tried to warn y'all. We tried to sit up there and tell you, but you thought it wasn't going to affect y'all. Y'all created all types of songs. Y'all were doing the cha-cha. Y'all were doing the Macarena, all of this when it dealt with Trump getting into office. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's what y'all was doing. Y'all had a whole theme, bongos and maracas, all of that sitting up there shaking. And now I don't see y'all shaking no more. Y'all shaking in fear, but y'all ain't shaking while y'all dancing no more. Tell you that. A lot of y'all still in fear. Y'all hiding under beds. Y'all hiding at other families' houses. Y'all trying to find other places. Like, it is wild how people are sitting up there running and they're afraid of Vanilla Ice. Shout out to Rip Van Winkle. I've never seen so many people afraid of individuals who really ain't even the police. But, it's immigration enforcement. I've never been afraid of ICE. And I think I've seen ICE. I've never been scared. I just wave. Hey guys, how you guys doing? I see you guys are out there on the hunt. Good hunting, guys. All right, power to ICE. Want some Starbucks? Crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. It'd be like that though. It'd be like that. So, like I said, to any of the other individuals directly out there, hey, y'all better talk lightly. You better talk real light. You better talk real sweet when you speak on Black Americans. That's all I'm saying, because at any moment in time, your time is up, literally. And those are just the facts, because Black Americans, again, we are not in fear. We are not in any type of terror. We're not in any type of threat. No matter how y'all try to create these X or Twitter profiles, or y'all want to go on TikTok and y'all want to make these videos talking about we're all in this together, we are not afraid. Shout out to Michael Jackson. It'd be like that though. It's crazy work. But like I said before, this woman here it is a piece of work. 100%. Matter of fact, because I know we got some newer people here. Let me just play. I'm going to play the full video so y'all can understand what it is that I'm talking about.
This is to all the transplants. Leave New York City. It's no reason why y'all are complaining about Caribbean music being played when Jamaican, Haitians, and Trini run majority of this city. And the Dominicans. I'm not going to forget the Dominicans. And the Puerto Ricans too. Get out of here. Because there's no reason why I should be seeing on Twitter people complaining about Caribbean music at a party in New York. I don't know if I'll remember, but this city is literally the Caribbean. Like, get out of here, please. Yo, Black Americans, can you chill in my comments? Like, I never dissed y'all. I never disrespected y'all. I said, how do you want to hear plies
I'll tell you that.
in a city where you hearing Bad Bunny on the streets in the Bronx? Like, stop chatting in my comments. This is not a diaspora war. I'm saying if majority of this city is Caribbean, expect to hear that music. If you want to hear the country music, if you want to hear the southern music, go down south, go to the millennial spots, go to the 35 plus club spots that's playing Plies. And this is not even shade to Plies. He's catching strays, but who is asking for Plies? Who's requesting for Plies in the spot? Are you guys okay? Okay, this is gonna be my last video because I enjoyed debating y'all, but I'm just like done because it's not that serious. But this right here, auntie, it's no shade to you, but I don't know if you know, we the same flesh. We the same skin tone. I don't know why when it comes to diaspora wars, it kind of pulls out like that racist rhetoric that certain individuals have placed upon us, that now we're repeating to each other, that repeats this toxic mindset. We all came from one continent, were brought here and splattered all over the world. Splattered all over the world. Some of us ended up in Jamaica. Some of us ended up in America. If you wanted to get dual citizenship in a country, you could. It's easy. So just like you telling me to go back to my country, you could get citizenship in the country too. Like, why are y'all taking offense to something so simple?
All right, so I got you on this one real quick because I see it, you crying in the comment section because you really want some attention from Daddy. No problem. So you said that African Americans. I'm not African. Let me further correct you. The only people that are actually African are those who are coming from Africa, who have already came from Africa, or those just getting here. I myself and many others are Black American. Right, just to get that clearly straight. Elon Musk is an African American. The South Africans, which the Trump administration allowed over here, are African American, right? Along with the other immigrants, right? I'm just trying to make sure that we got that completely clear because I played a video. I know you might not have been here for the last live stream I did, but there was an African still on the African continent. He said that the people who were once a part of Africa that, quote unquote, made it to America, right? After you've been here for about 300 to 400 years, you are no longer African. You're not considered African. So again, from your standpoint, and you're a Hispanic gentleman, right? Spanish speaking individual. An African told me and many other Black Americans that because we have been separated, we have been away for so long, right? Generation and generation and generation and generation and generation and generation here in the United States, we are no longer African. So I'm just trying to make sure we got that clear. Trying to make sure we get that clear. So like I said before, Black American, not African. Wish I would actually get that straight. Wish that y'all would actually get that directly cleared up. Right. And I think you said something else about, you guys had the land, right? You had, case in point, had, right? You had something because white people took it directly from you, right? Just to make that very clear, you allowed white people to basically take that from you. And then in return, later upon later, you guys assimilated with white people because you felt that being close to whiteness was close to obtaining that type of power after you were already defeated, right? And this is why back in 1943 you had the solid four from the Hispanic civil rights group, even though they didn't like that, civil rights group during that time that was specifically telling the white majority out there that it is a slur to call them anything else but white, and that the Spanish Hispanic race belongs to the white race. So, yeah. This is the problem. Let me just tell you something real quick. You have more of a problem with me saying that my people who were slaves here have ownership. They do. There was a thing called plantations. I know that you don't know anything about that because that wasn't you that had to go through that. Y'all were completely fine doing y'all own thing, right? Black people have to sit up there and deal with slavery. right? It wasn't indentured servitude like the Irish and the Scottish and all these other groups out there. No. This was actually slavery, right? Again, something that you don't know about, something that y'all didn't experience to the extent of Black Americans. So the land that we worked on, and then also land that was given to us and land that was passed down, yes, that is our land. Yes, we do have ownership over that land. If you actually have a problem with such a land dispute, you might want to talk to your white master, right? And you want to get that land ownership back from him, but you won't. So you'll be right here in this live stream, in this chat, going back and forth with me, talking about who has this and who has that. Obviously, you have nothing, because if you actually had it, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You wouldn't even be in this live stream, because you'll be dealing with the soil. You'll be growing. You'll be doing this. You'll be doing that. But here you are, right? Just saying. Here we go with this. We gotta rehash things because we got Johnny come latelys. Okay, so people want to keep going over the whole thing with black people own slaves. Yeah, you had some black people that actually had plantations due to the fact that it was passed down by way of the slave master. You also had black people that owned slaves as well, such as them buying their families back. That was the only way that they could actually get them back, is if they had some type of slaves or plantations, things of that nature. Do you really think that if a black man wanted to go get his family back or try to buy them back and he's free, you really think that they're going to allow him to do that? You're fools. 100% fools. And it's crazy to me that people always want to bring up this thing as if it's some type of little jab, if it's some type of this or that. But blacks set up there and own slave. Some crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. 100%. Let's broaden it. Everybody owns slaves, right? Let's all lives matter the situation, like you guys like to sit up there and do. But yet we're not doing that. We're not doing it at all. And the funniest thing is, I don't even think when I talked about slavery, did I happen to even bring up white people? I don't think I did. The only time I brought up white people was in reference to anybody that is Hispanic that wants to argue about land rights and who has ownership of what, because obviously y'all lost the war. So this is why you guys were, displaced, however it is that you want to sit up there and say it. And then the United States allowed you to come back. See how that works? See how that works? Because if you actually own the land, then you should be, putting disputes with the United States government. Isn't that what the Native Americans did? Because they had all types of treaties and all these other types. Why didn't y'all do the same things? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's crazy. The Native Americans were able to get some type of paperwork, right? No matter what lives were lost and all of this other type of stuff, right? They had some paperwork. They had a trail to basically show like, yo, this is actually like ours. Like, you see this land, these casinos, all this is actually like our stuff right here. You gotta give this back, or you gotta break us off, a couple mil or something like that. And the United States government did that. When it dealt with you guys talking in my comment section right now, I don't see any of that paperwork. I don't see y'all trying to sit up there and fight the United States government, aka white government. I don't see y'all trying to argue, knock down those doors, fight them, bring up any type of paperwork or whatnot. Or what. Y'all ain't doing that. So what you arguing with me for? You're arguing with a black man for what? What is that actually going to get you? Nothing. It's not going to get you nothing. Abdullah, let me know in the comment section, what are you and where are you from? Let me know that. What are you and where are you from? Because you said you blacks. You're either African or you're Arab. Let me know. Let me know, which one are you? Hold on, Abdullah. Let me just bookmark you real quick, because I see we got another clown that came into the mix. So Luke, okay, that's great. So let me go back to what I said before. There's a difference between chattel slavery, or the slavery that Black Americans went through, versus what the Irish, the Germans, and all these other Europeans, aka white people, went through. it's crazy to me that the funniest thing is that when black people talk about slavery, right? This is their history, right? And I have to say it like this from an outside type of thing, right? Black Americans speak their history. Everybody else around the world speaks their history. For whatever reason, right? Whenever it is that black Americans speak, do you know what people like to sit up there and do? Oh, but you guys weren't the only slaves. It was all these other types of groups. Everybody went through the same things. No, I got books on what it is that black people went through. I got books. I got books. So you may want to sit up there and state that, oh, well, white folks went through this too. Nah, 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 nah. You weren't getting turned into oil. You weren't getting cooked. You weren't getting roasted on an open fire, right? You weren't getting turned into Christmas ornaments. You didn't have picnics. You were not gator bait. So again, there's many more things. So again, it's amazing to me whenever it is that people want to try to dim down what it is that black Americans are specifically talking about, when really we all know that you don't care. At no point in time, I never heard anybody German was like, oh, we were slaves, Scottish, Irish, we were slaves. I don't hear them talking about that. They talk about other more important things that happened to them in history. The wars that they had directly on their lands and all this other type of stuff. This is not really on the highest of the priorities, at least from the documentaries that I've watched on a variety of these people. Right? And again, the only thing that you're telling me is that, okay, white people have enslaved other white people. That's cool. So, Luke, why don't you talk to the government that enslaved those people so that y'all can get reparations? How about that one? Or are you going to move the goalposts and be like, oh, see, we don't have to do that because, we pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and we're not looking and asking for handouts. Okay. Even though you do realize that anybody that comes here, any which of those groups that you spoke directly on, they happen to get government assistance, which is basically a handout, just to be real. If we're going to be real, if we're going to be honest, about things, those are basically handouts. Especially when people are able to afford housing, which a lot of Americans can't seemingly afford at this moment in time, especially with rent being in between, upwards of $1,700 up to $3,000 to $4,000, depending on where you live in the United States. But you can have immigrants come directly over here, and the United States government is like, oh, no problem. We'll sit up there and pay the rent for you. We'll sit up there and give you a voucher. Matter of fact, we're going to sit up there and give you SSI. I've also covered that as well, too. So, again, it's hilarious. It's hilarious to me seeing people basically, talk about certain things as if they actually care. Then I got somebody else in the comment section talking about stop being a victim. The funny thing is, if you were on Twitter right now, you could actually get paid for engagement. This isn't Twitter, buddy. So you're not going to get paid for engagement. So now you're just, as this woman said, you're just chatting, right? The terminology that she wanted to use, you're just chatting in the comment section at this moment in time. You're not going to get paid for those comments. I'm pretty much, I guess, the only one that would actually get paid for the comments. It's crazy work. Diabolical. People calling me a victim, but the real victims are the ones silent in the chat. What I mean by silent is nobody can hear you in this chat. All they can do is hear my voice. Diabolical in nature. Diabolical. I love it though. 100%. Again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that are currently here at this moment in time. You said I'm just ranting. I mean, if I decide to rant, it's my channel. I get paid to do that. So what's the problem? Do you get paid to leave? I got you. Let me just highlight you because you want to be here, right? You want your father's attention. So do you get paid to come directly on my channel and make comments? Is that what happens? Let me know. Do you get paid to leave comments directly on my channel during the live stream? No, you don't. But guess what? I could literally do a video, maybe like, let's say an 8-minute video, and I could put your comment directly up there and I can make money off of it. You see how that works? See how there are tier levels directly to this? And you're not a part of the higher tier, which I'm at. See how that works? Yeah. hopefully you and many other people actually learned a lesson on how this actually works, that I can make money off of you. You can't do the same directly in return. See that? But I'm nice enough to actually give you a little bit of acknowledgement by highlighting you during this live stream so everybody else can see you. You know, this man Ty says, Seji, they have fallen into the gutter and water won't allow them to climb back out. Well, I want everybody to meet my very great moderator here, Ty, who will he'll put down some magic and trap cards. And if you fall for them, you're going directly to the shadow realm. It'd be like that, you know. Quite a few of my moderators be cleaning house. They do not have the tolerance that I do. They don't have the patience. I keep trying to tell people it is what it is. If they happen to get bored with you, I can't do nothing. Again, I'm cordial. I'm cordial. So, you know, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Let me see. Oh, that's crazy work. That's crazy. You said, I'm saying that no one cares about him whining, literally disrespecting other races that were enslaved. How did I disrespect other races? Hold on. So now, wait. So now the victim is the perpetrator and the perpetrator is the victim? Is that what we're doing? Is that how we're going to sit up there and do this? So you're telling me that I just on this live stream disrespected all the other races that were enslaved because I specifically told you there's a difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery, of which Black Americans specifically went through? Y'all are insane. That's diabolical. Somebody said, yeah, Black people didn't go through ish. Compared to what? Compared to others. And yeah, Black people didn't go through ish in comparison to others, and history literally doesn't matter. All the nonsense facts you spew is all nonsense. In case you hadn't noticed, we don't care at all. But see, this is the crazy part though. If you didn't care at all, you wouldn't be here. Do you see how stupid you are? You do realize that, right? You can't tell somebody that you don't care what it is that they're talking about or speaking on, and then you're going to make a rebuttal to basically show that you care, to put a certain type. What are you doing? You're not going to tell them, please tell me that you're AI. Please tell me that you're Chat GPT or some type of bot. You're not going to tell me that you're an actual human being and you thought what you wrote made 100% complete sense. Let me show you something. The people who really don't care about what it is that I'm saying at this moment in time, they stay silent in the background, right? That's a check mark. Number two, those people happen to skip by the video. They'll stay here for about like 15 seconds and then they'll dip out, right? Those are the people who actually don't care. Much love and respect to all of those people. But for you being directly in this comment section, you're letting me know how much you actually care, because something that I said obviously hit a nerve. And because I hit a nerve, you wanted to respond. Right? So I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Just making sure. You know, the funniest thing is the thing I love about when people say that nobody deserves reparations. Native Americans got reparations. You said nothing. The Chinese and the Japanese got reparations. You said nothing. The Jewish people, the Jewish community, they got reparations, right? For the Holocaust, correct? Even though the United States had nothing to do with that, correct? But yet, whenever it deals with Black Americans, y'all pipe up and y'all start saying, oh, you guys don't deserve any type of reparation. You know, the funniest thing is, even the slave masters got a form of reparations when one of their slaves no longer existed or was not suitable for work. Maybe it was a hand, maybe it was a foot, maybe they were maimed in some type of way, and they received, I think, what, like $300-400 or something like that per slave. Crazy work. Like I said, everybody else, y'all were cool with everybody else getting some type of reparations, but when it deals with Black Americans getting their just due, y'all like, nah, we can't do that. Y'all don't deserve that. That's some crazy work. I want see who how do you pronounce your name? Let me see. I'm just gonna say, I think it's Andre, right? Or maybe Mike got banned to the shadow realm. I don't know. For anybody else that feel that Black Americans don't deserve reparations, I want to know if y'all feel the exact same way about the Jewish community when it deals with the Holocaust. Let me know, because I've never once seen anybody out here state that they don't deserve monies for what it is that they went through. Notice that. Notice that. It's diabolical how that works. It was dead silence. Because when I was talking about reparations for Black Americans, this chat was sitting up there moving left and right, up and down. I don't even know where my placement was. But when I said that one simple question, supernaturally, guess what? Everybody's silent. Nothing to say. All of those naysayers, oops, nothing to say now. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Either that or my moderator's just been cleaning house. I don't know. It's crazy work. Let me see. Americans have been conditioned to be sensitive towards the Holocaust. Yep, that is true. That is true. Let me see. Oh, somebody said Black exhaustion. I have white exhaustion. How about that one? Well, I'm sorry. It's not exhaustion. It's fatigue. White fatigue. It'd be like that. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to speed. I was going to save this video for the last part because let me highlight this. John, I love you. No problem. You said that you have Black exhaustion. Let me show you what white fatigue looks like, right? Let me show you where this gets you on this channel.
Damn it, I've said that so many mother times. I hope that I'm snagging that. Don't let me move to LA. Oof. I'm fighting her.
You count down the days until she's 18?
I'm not waiting until she's 18. I'll go now. I'm 23, dog. Like, I'm not like a creepy age. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm 23, bro. She's 17 and she's like a celebrity. Like, there is no limits right there.
What?
Robert Plant, who was one of the greatest lead singers ever.
Ain't that your man's?
For Led Zeppelin, dated a girl that was 14.
That's your man's, right?
Who was one of the biggest badasses ever, dated a girl that was 16 and wrote a song on his first album about the girl that was 16.
That's your boy.
I don't care. Say what you want, man. If Kendall Jenner is in your bedroom naked and you're 50, you're going.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I was just sexting about a golden shower. That was crazy.
There you go.
That's always like, but it's like if you have the right person with the right connection, like that's a crazy little experience.
That's your man's. Your man's. You were just with him yesterday. How did you not know? That's some crazy work. That's for me. That's that's a little bit of a white exhaustion. That's that's some crazy work right there. Diabolical. You know what, D-Money? You know what is so great about you mentioning that in the comment section? I had to make sure to highlight that because you see how the screen is glitching real quick. We got some more evidence of white fatigue. Let's take a look at this. And this shout out to all the white men that's currently watching a Black man stream. You're about to learn something real quick. Shout out to Tim.
The number one offender type is biological fathers, but by far it is being done by middle-aged Caucasian men. Many, over half of them, college graduates. Many of them are educated, good jobs. This isn't just who we're thinking about. Like they're technical savvy, and I think that it is time that we call them out. Like that. We can't stand by and stand back. Like we have to stand up and say, not only are we not doing our job as men, it's actually the opposite. Instead of being defenders and protectors of our families, we're hurting and abusing.
Woo, that's diabolical. So you got this man. This is a Caucasian male. Again, this is not coming from a Black male. This is a Caucasian male that got millions of dollars. And he spends his time going after these men. I think within the same not stream, but in the same video, I think he showed the host like papers of all the IPs of these males that were directly going to these sites and downloading images and doing things of that nature. Like I said before, that's some diabolical work. That's my fatigue right there. Like I said, y'all say y'all got what? Black exhaustion. I got white fatigue. That's crazy. And the funniest thing is, y'all never want to sit up there and address any of these types of things. That's crazy. That's diabolical. And again, I've tried to do on my platform to showcase this from all different sides, no matter the complexion, no matter the background of wealth, no matter the education, no matter the color of one's skin. I've at least tried to give an even playing field, right? But it gets to a point in time where you can try to make it as even as possible, and it's not going to realistically be that even. It's crazy. It's diabolical. And the craziest part is, even when I address these problems and these situations, let's say specifically to the white community, you know what I happen to get from the white men directly out there? I get silence. And what I mean by silence is that instead of them addressing the problem and wanting to try to figure it out, and try to deal with the situation, they're like, oh, but what about these black stats? What about these crimes? What about Chicago? What about Detroit? What about all these black cities? What about the Democrats? Right? Y'all start moving the goalpost everywhere else. And I'm specifically, as a black dude, which realistically I shouldn't care at all. I'm telling you, like, yo, you got these 50 Caucasian males who your court systems, who are run by you and only you vote them in. They're releasing them to the public. They're letting them out, and they should not be out. And they're going to be around your families. They're going to be at your Walmarts, right? They're going to be around your playgrounds, your schools. And I got videos of this stuff. And y'all still want to pull up to the comment section. Oh, but the blacks this and the blacks that and the blacks this. I'm literally, as a black dude, again, I shouldn't even care. And I'm trying to hand you information that your media, your mainstream white media that is built for you, by you, directed to you, is not even giving you the information on. But you either want to be racist, you either want to sweep it directly under the rug, you don't want to pay attention, or you want to move the goalpost. All of those options have nothing to do with trying to attack the problem directly. And that goes back to what I stated before, that y'all just don't care about the kids. But y'all don't want to be honest and say it. Don't want to be honest and say it. You want to, try to give this narrative like, oh, we got the nuclear family. We're great husbands. We protect financial this and financial that. You sitting up there slapping up Susan. Protecting what? You slapping her up. You don't got to worry about the robber. The robber looking through the window like, oh, you know what? I'm not even going to try to rob them. The husband got that. I'm not even going to do it. Right? And then on top of that, you got the kids that are left defenseless because you doing whatnot or whatever, out there with some, streetwalker, or you might be dilly and dallying, with the kids or somebody else's kids. But like I said, when these things get talked about, y'all don't got nothing to say. It's crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. Mark Campbell said, we let those people go. Get a grip. No, you do. You must not pay attention. First of all, I know you're in like your 50s and 60s and whatnot. Brother, let me tell you something. Like I told you before, just like how the mainstream media, how America lies to the American people, your media lies directly to you. So again, like I said before, I've done this for over about like 5-6 years or whatnot. I got hosts of videos that I've put out dealing with this topic, no matter how, or whatnot or whatever was going on, with the platform. I still put out the information. And as I stated before, it's silence. So what you want me to sit up there and think? If I see silence and it's dealing with a serious topic, the kids are supposed to be the most important things directly out here, right? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. The kids should be the top and the main priority, the most important priority out here, because without new blood onto this planet, guess what? Everything is going to be done. Everything is going to be finalized. It is going to be done. It's over, right? The older folks are not going to have younger folks to be able to take care of them. Like I said, look at the Asian countries. You have more adult diapers being sold than baby diapers. Like I said, people don't want to pay attention, though. It's all right, though. It's all right, though. Like I said, I did too many stories directly up on here where you got some hill have eyes type of situations. Y'all got sisters locked up for like 10 years in a basement, and you got the brother and the father up there just taking turns. Crazy work, diabolical stuff. But you know, whatever. You got it though. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. But you know, like I said, I'm black at the end of the day. I'm not even really supposed to care. It's not even my job to really put or give out the information directly to you. But I still sit up there and do it because I'm like, let me just, you know, throw some stuff out there just because. And y'all wanna fight that. Y'all want to be resistant. But y'all the main ones sitting up here saying, "Oh, black people, why does everything have to be about race? Why does it have to be about color? Why can't we all just come together? Why can't we fight this together?" You got a black dude literally giving you information, and I'm looking at the comments that I'm receiving. That further proves my point. This is why black people ain't trying to work with people. This is why black Americans ain't trying to help nobody. Because y'all ain't really about the stuff that y'all talk. Y'all talk all of this great game when it deals with y'all trying to be all godly and next to Christ and all this other type of stuff. But really, you sitting at the bedside of Satan at the end of the day. Black Americans are the only ones really about that life of actually trying to help another person. Irregardless on how it is that we've been treated, irregardless on how it is that we feel, or how it is that the world sees us, we will forego that and push it to the side and be like, yo, that person right there needs some help. I'm right here. Ain't nobody else going to do it. So let me at least try to do something. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Let me see. You said like you're the arbiter of faith and belief. I mean, I don't even know what you're trying to get at. Are you trying to ask for my religion? Where am I at faith wise and all this? Speak what it is that you're trying to say. Make a full statement. So I can actually give a full response. I got some crazy work. You said, yeah, but whatever you think preaching to your choir is going to get you anywhere. Yeah, I do. Let me just highlight you. I got you, no problem, because you want attention from your father, no problem. When I talk directly to my people, even though I may feel that it will fall directly on deaf ears, which happens, I know that I have people out there that do actually listen, that understand every single thing that I'm stating and the reasons why I am putting out the information that I'm putting out. So, like I said, it's cool that you don't understand it because obviously you are not of my people. So it's not meant for you to it's going to go directly right over your head. Any of the topics, the way that I happen to talk, all of that stuff. And you're going to hear only the emotional part that you're interested in. So again, this is why when I look at the comment section, I can specifically see who is listening, and then I can see who is in an emotional mind frame, right? And 9 times out of 10, people who want to be dismissive, people who want to be racist and all of that, they're usually in an emotional mindset. They are not a part of any type of logic at all. So like I said, it's real easy to see where people are. Somebody says sounds racist. I don't even know what you're talking about. Again, I need people to actually write some full statements here. Let me see. What else we got? Norwegians. Lisa said we can make this better together. You know, that's a very sweet idea. The main thing I set up there and told people is that people need to sit up there and work separate up until, because this has been just deal with it like a relationship, right? Let's put it in that extent, right? Black people have been in a very love-hate relationship with a lot of individuals at this moment in time, and they've taken the brunt of the horrible parts of that relationship. And it's at this moment in time that Black people need to just step away and heal and become better so that they can realize who it is that they specifically are, and they can see everybody else for who it is that they've always been. Because when you're in a relationship, you're not actually going to be able to determine or have the self-awareness to be able to pick apart and dissect who your partner is, because you're caught up in that emotion, you're caught up in that history and everything like that. So the only point in time that a person in a bad relationship can become better is when they separate, when they part ways. That's what Black Americans need to do with everybody else. And I stand directly on that. Other people may not understand it. Some people may feel that it's unfair. Some people may be like, oh, that's racist. Whatever you want to sit up there and call it, that's how you manage it. That's how you deal with it in your mental. All I'm saying is, realistically, Black people didn't ask to, in a sense, for the whole separate thing, because we tried to be, have an amicable relationship. Right? We tried to have a symbiotic relationship. We tried to have a partnership. We tried to have a businessship. And all those bridges got burned, no matter how it is that we tried to go about a variety of different things in the United States of America with a variety of people, no matter the type of love, no matter the type of support, no matter how we obeyed, no matter how we demonstrated that we understood and obeyed, no matter what we did, it was still wrong. So I was like, hey, Black people, like, no problem. We're going to be wrong directly on our little side. Directly over here. Y'all got all of this over there. We're just going to be right over here. Right over there. Just saying, that's how we look at it. The funniest thing is that statement can be applied to the United States, right? Whenever we think about these trade wars, when people are talking about China and Russia and China and all this other type of stuff, the only people holding back the United States is the United States. Better yet, it's the government. I'm sorry, better yet, it will be the people that voted for that government. But the people aren't going to take any type of accountability or responsibility or acknowledgement of said government that they voted for and put directly into office, or that they've been consistently voted for over these many decades, leaving the same faces in there from the 1930s to, still be here, still making laws, rules, and regulations. It comes to, I would think, right, as a voter, right, it would come to a certain point in time that you understand that somebody born in like the 1930s or 40s is out of touch with society as it is at this moment in time, that their ideals or their thought processes are going to be quite archaic, or are going to be of the way of the dinosaurs. But yeah, we still got them there. Lifetime memberships, falling asleep directly at the wheel, at the desk, at the pen stroke. But yet y'all keep voting them in, and y'all wonder why we got what do we got, like 34 trillion dollars worth of debt at this moment in time. Crazy work. You can't blame China, you can't blame Russia, you can't blame Africa. So who are you going to blame for all of that debt? Who's going to be responsible, going by the statement that you just gave directly to me about the only person holding you back is you, right? So who are the American people going to specifically blame for that? You know what the American people like to do? Oh, it's the government. But didn't you vote for that government? So within that, wouldn't you be at fault because you voted for them to rule directly over you, because you can't rule and manage over yourself as an adult? It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Somebody said this propaganda is to keep the citizens divided, because if we come together, we would be unstoppable. Well, the funniest thing is this. As I've stated before, Black Americans have always tried to come together with every other group of people here, even if it's other demographics dealing with their sexuality. Black Americans have shown up in order to give love and support. It can be a friend of the family, it can be a loved one, whatever it is. Black people have showed up. We've showed up to sit up there and support Latins. We've showed up to support Native Americans. We've showed up to support immigrants. We've even showed up to sit up there and support white people when they vote. But what did black people get in return? Nothing. Nothing. But people asking black people, "Oh, you got to give more help." With the help that you gave the first time, that was great, but we need more than that. We need more. Right? Matter of fact, let me put it to you like this. Black people literally gave you Martin Luther King. Do you know who took the life of Martin Luther King? I'll wait for somebody that is not black to write that in the comment section. Somebody not black in the comment section, let me know who took the life of Martin Luther King. Because it's crazy to me that a lot of y'all sit up there and say that, yo, all of this is divisive. We just need to come together. How y'all sat up there and treated MLK during that time frame? And y'all talking about y'all want black people to come together. Everybody that really how y'all treated the freedom riders, and y'all sitting up there saying that we all need to come. Word, y'all literally we had the move bombing in Philadelphia. Black people actually had segregation, and we were separate. We had our own towns and cities, and even with us doing our own thing, guess who came down to burn our towns and cities? But y'all talking about we need to come together and propaganda this and propaganda that. That's some diabolical work. It's crazy. It's diabolical work. You said the media is all about pushing this garbage. Somebody, Lindsay Marie said, it'll be a great day when black people stop having victim mentality. You are your own worst enemy. White people are over it. You know how tired black people are of hearing a lot of you guys that feel that you are honorary white or white adjacent, or how you guys are the model minority come through in black conversations and you're being a face for the white power structure and telling black people, oh, we're tired of you talking about this and that. Get over it. That's some diabolical work. Again, like I said before, y'all would never say anything close to this talking to the Jewish community. And you know you wouldn't. You would never disrespect the Jewish community like that. Never. You know better. And those are facts. Y'all even try to do it on X, and your accounts get banned by God Elon, right? But remember, Elon said it was a free speech platform, but you guys are still getting banned. Y'all try to do it on TikTok, banned. I think a few of y'all might even try to do it on Red Note, which is crazy. Out of there. You try to do it on YouTube, out of there. IG, out of there. So now you got to sit up there and go to Rumble and many other places so that you can try to get that same talking point directly across. But like I said before, as a whole, y'all would never be disrespectful like this to the Jewish community outwardly and openly. You would never do it. You got little small fragments of society that are like, oh, we're going to sit up there and do it. We're going to do it. But the rest of y'all that actually agree with them, y'all would never be open and honest like them. That's crazy. y'all willing to sit up there and let them fall to the wayside to basically echo what it is that y'all believe, even though y'all 100% agree with them. Y'all be like, y'all got it. Y'all go out there and do those marches, go to those communities, and y'all cause a ruckus and da. We'll cheer you on from the internet. Yeah, that's some crazy work. That's diabolical in nature, 100%. You said blaming people is pointless, but yet you just sat up there and said that black people are to blame because we make ourselves victims. Do y'all not do you guys happen to skip over the things that y'all read? Because I know I can see them, and I know I'm taking my time to read this stuff. I know I'm taking the time to read this stuff, but it's like, good Lord, like y'all don't just like think about or proofread or just happen to just put like I said, I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know what y'all doing. Some crazy work. Somebody said, bro didn't get laid until he was 30. I don't trust him. I mean, no problem. I mean, you caught your STD from one of your cousins or your sister when you were 12. So I guess we're even. Right? You caught an STD from one of your family members, and I didn't lose my virginity up until I was 30. At least I was a safer bet for 90+% of women directly out here over you. Hey, but you know, hey, you got it though. You got it. You say you was out here knocking them down, buddy. You was out here knocking them down, and you never had a my chart. You got it. You got it. You probably got way more kids than me too, but you got it though, buddy. Crazy. That is crazy. Diabolical work. Let me see what we got here. I'm just trying to scroll down. D Money said MLK voted the most hated man in America during that time. Yep, that is facts. Yep, that is facts. That is bars. That is 100% bars. That's crazy. You know, the craziest thing, you know, MLK is rolling in his grave because he knows who took his life. And it was the same people that he thought was okay with, you know, everybody being one. Right. Remember, he gave all of these great speeches and trying to bring everybody, you know, together. And the same thing that you hear a lot of people talking now, like, oh, we need to come together. We need to do this. Yeah. Back during the time when MLK was around, y'all wasn't talking that talk. And I know a lot of y'all are still alive. So ain't nobody going to sit up there. Oh, that was so long. A lot of your family members, including yourself, are still alive that were around or born during the time when MLK was alive to the point where he was assassinated. So you can miss me with any of that BS. You can miss me with any of that. Because like I said, you had the Jeffersons that literally had an episode going over that. And the Jeffersons was out during the 70s. So let's not play stupid. Let's not play games. Like I said, I'm not going to believe that people want to be together now when you didn't want to be together in the beginning. That don't make no sense. If you always wanted to be together with a person or people, then you would do it from the beginning. You wouldn't sit up there and try to pull this whole like switcheroo later. That don't make no sense. Something's up. Because if you want to sit up there and be together now, that means that somebody's going to be the fall guy for whatever is to come. And black people ain't standing for it. We're not doing that one. You got that one directly on your own. That is crazy. Let me see what else we got. Golden Brown said America damaged the black people in America, but don't do nothing to repair the damage. But white people keep complaining about black behavior, but it don't help. Yep. That is facts. That's some diabolical work. And I keep, boy, so I was like, oh, Carl talking about the dude up there projecting. Yeah. Yo, what is up, D? What is up? What is up? He said, I'm an hour late to the party. I have to rewatch later. Yeah, no problem. Let me see. Somebody doing the same stereotypical nonsense. Just going to bypass you up until you can write something that's logical. Ty was like, Mo, stop hiding and speak. You know, Mo was sitting up there just chilling. A. Angela said, people can change, but rarely. Yeah, nah. No, I'm not believing that magically a whole culture is deciding that at one moment in time, you literally had a lot of America against MLK. And that also included immigrants as well, too. A lot of people, it didn't matter the race or the creed, a lot of people were against MLK. I'm not believing that supernaturally people are like, okay, we didn't want this then. Now we want everybody to come. No, miss me with that. No, I'm not believing it. Like I said, in order for me to believe it, I have to see people actually perform certain types of works in order to make it believable. Right? That there are certain types of walks that you have to do. The same way that people always want to talk about black people, where it's like, oh, you know, what's the main quote that y'all like using? When around blacks, don't relax, right? You know, same exact thing. I feel the exact same way when it deals with everybody else. I'm not relaxed with everybody else. I have to see certain specific actions performed in order for me to actually believe. Because I know, at least from a lot of the videos that I've gotten and covered, that you're 1 to 2 drinks away from being who it is that you really are and saying the things that you've always wanted to state. Right? There's only a few rare, brave ones directly out there who are on social media and have a presence that have their face and everything, face card and name out there that will say these things about black people. Right? A lot of the other ones that are in my comment section, they would never go that far. They're not going to make a platform. They're not going to be yelling all of these slurs on X talking about black people. They're going to be hiding behind a little simple picture, or they're going to have like some type of Celtic cross or all this other type of stuff. And then they're going to have these wondrous profiles of, random threads and random responses and this, that, and all these other memes and stuff. Like I said, I done seen a lot of y'all X accounts and profiles. So I know exactly who it is that y'all are. And I know that I can't sit up there and trust you farther than I can throw you. So like I said, it's a whole facade. It is a whole facade. So I said you just bring up the facts that white folks didn't know how to bathe and still don't to this day. They were taught by the very slaves that they abused, and what they do, what do they have now? All the bathing products. I mean, this is true. This is true. There are images directly up there of the black help bathing the white folks directly out there, which is crazy work to me. I would have thought that you would have had a white hand, basically bathing you, because black people are considered unclean, right? Because of their dark skin and all this other type of stuff, right? Crazy work. Y'all were afraid that was going to rub off and it was going to get directly on you, and then magically you had melanin. Yo, the crazy stuff that y'all thought and still think to this day, diabolical. Crazy work. Let me see. The topic at the time, technically we went away from the topic, sort of, kind of. We're still within the same realm, but more so the topic was dealing with, first you had a woman stating that immigrants were running New York and this, that, and the third, and I was stating how that's disrespectful to black Americans, right? I replayed that a couple of times, went a little bit deeper directly into that topic, on top of the fact that I showed off an image, which is this one, where you have this individual here that voted directly. Well, not voted, I'm sorry, because he can't vote. He came to the United States 4 years ago. He is pro-Trump, but yet Trump's administration is going to deport him, and he has 30 days. Right. So again, that goes into the other aspect where you have a lot of these people that want to talk sideways about black Americans and how it is that black Americans are hands off a lot of situations dealing with immigration, and how we're just going to let a lot of other people mess around and find out. And a lot of people are finding out. And I've, covered videos throughout, all the way from January. I think maybe December all the way to now. I've had various videos throughout different live streams and videos on the channel showcasing that very fact. Again, a lot of people are quite ridiculous. So that was to Bell. That was just me trying to re-go over, a little bit of stuff for Bell. Let me see. Is that what he's talking about? Don't need shame. You need awareness. I'm not sure who you talking about. Shame. Somebody says still playing the race card. Lord have mercy. The funniest thing is I didn't create a race card. I didn't know anything about a race card up until I heard white people say it. And that's just me being 100% honest. Growing up in Detroit, born and raised, I never heard nobody sit up there and say anything about a race card. I never went to any family gatherings, never talked to any, black friends and whatnot. Oh, race card. I never heard of that. I never heard of that term up until I heard white people using that. So again, that's not something that was normally in my vocabulary. I didn't know nothing about it at all up until you guys started saying it. So, just let you know, just putting everything where it needs to be. I don't care if people don't believe me at all, but like I said, Black City. I don't know what to tell you. Professional victimhood, right. Y'all just keep saying the exact same thing. It's crazy work. Watch another group go through and stop and frisk is diabolical work. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people gonna have to find out the hard way. You said, bro, I grew up in Metro Detroit. When I go downtown, y'all are not nice. You said Metro Detroit. That's the outer area, sir. What are you even talking about? I grew up in the inner city. I promise you, more than likely, I know way more black people. Way more black people than you do. Like I said, went to school, all of that, playing basketball, going around the neighborhood. And like I said before, you talking about you guys are not nice to me at all. What are you specifically doing? Matter of fact, if you're from the Metro Detroit area, what you doing? I need to know what you coming here for. Uh because that's a little bit weird. Now, if you're saying that, okay, you're going to the games, okay, cool. Right? No problem. But you should be going to the game and going right home. That's what you realistically should be doing. Because the thing that I've learned about y'all is that y'all don't really do good with alcohol. I've seen it, and I've especially worked in white communities, and I've watched you guys drink and drive. I've watched how you guys come in and you talk to store associates, how you talk to other workers directly in the job as well. So yeah, y'all ain't good with alcohol. Y'all are horrible, but yet y'all still drink. So maybe the reason that things might not be seeming nice to you is because you got some goggles on. And it's a little bit murky because you've taken a little bit too many shots, had too many brewskis, right? It's crazy work. D said a lot of them don't even know that New York Central Park was the first black stock exchange, starting off from slavery. That's bars. That is bars. Let me see what we got. Yeah, you just sitting up there trolling. You said, have you ever met a white person not from the United States? That would take me a minute. That would probably go back to school, back when you had foreign exchange students. Probably once, and I didn't have a problem with them at all. Didn't have a problem with them at all. Did not have a problem with them at all. That's the best I can. That's the best I can sit up there and tell you there. Let me see what else we got. You said, Ride Skater, you voted to deport you and your Hispanic people. That is super dumb. Goodbye and good luck. Yep. The crime happens in Utica, and the news says Metro Detroit. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Because they have to associate. Like I said, if you grew up in Detroit, right, you already know how it is. Something can happen in Southfield. Something can happen in Dearborn, right? Some can it could be like Ypsilanti or something, and they'll sit up at Metro Detroit. What, brother? Someone can sit up there and happen to like in Howell, Michigan. Let me sit up there and tell you, there are certain areas in Michigan I know of, I've never been to, because those areas don't even sound like they're for me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to respect the fact that that is yours, and I'm going to stay exactly where it is. So you'll see me maybe in some Rollo. You might see me in a Southfield. You might, of course, see me downtown Detroit and stuff like that. But yeah, nah, Highland Park or whatever. But yeah, nah, we ain't going that far. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. How many times have I gone to like the Gibraltar Trade Center? Well, that's gone, but I'm just trying to think back. Now you got me like reminiscing. Got me reminiscing real quick. As soon as I saw Lower East 313, I was like, oh man, got me reminiscing out here. You said, bro, I'm from the burbs. There's more drugs in. Okay, and the birds then in the hood because the people can afford more. No, I know that. Trust me, I have covered, trust and believe, I've covered enough stories about suburbs all across the United States, or more so specifically in white communities. And I know that there's way more directly out there. This is why I've covered incidences such as heavy drug use or drug dealers who are not black that are directly at a lot of these prestigious colleges. But yet, everybody always wants to focus in. Oh, look at that black drug dealer in Chicago, Detroit, Watts, Atlanta, right? That's what people want to sit up there and do, but they don't want to talk about their kids being these drug dealers, sitting up there selling the finest of the finest narcotics, taking their kids straight out. They are on the stretcher looking at whoever it is that they pray to at night, just looking there, never coming back. They're in Never Never Land. And it's not the Peter Pan that you think it is. Oh, also to note, Peter Pan is not actually a good person. I'm not sure if anybody actually read the actual story of Peter Pan. Peter Pan is not actually a good person. It's not a good person at all. Just to put that out there. So once you read that story, or you happen to hear a synopsis of the actual story, you understand how it is that a lot of things that we are told we're lied to. They will paint a specific picture in order for people to believe. So if you tell people that Peter Pan is actually an evil person, technically a villain, nobody's going to believe you. They'll be like, "Oh, that's not what I saw from the movie." Go read the original writings, and you'll figure it out. Like I said, it's a lot of lies out here. You said, "What do you mean, y'all?" Like I said, y'all. I did not falter when I sat up there and said y'all. It's the exact same thing when I talk to my people, when I talk to Black Americans, and I'm talking about the Black community. I sit up there and say y'all. I do the exact same thing. So don't start acting weird. Like, oh, what do you mean by that? I give the exact same energy to everybody. Try again. You got time. Try again. Some crazy work though. Petty racism with you here. Impressionable children. What impressionable children? The generalizations you are making are just as stupid as the racism you talk about. Actually, they're not. If you get the generalization, you'll actually understand it's not stupid. But if you're emotional and you refuse to actually look through, that's the point that you're going to come to, just like the rest that came before you. Let me see. What else do we got? I'm just trying to hurry up and scroll directly through. All right, that is it. So now we're going to go to the next clip that we have directly up here. Is this one? Is this the one? All right. So this video is directly from, I want to say it was a woman. She was doing some housekeeping, or she was taking care of a patient. And you're going to see some old time images. And oddly enough, all of these images are of Black people, but yet the person collected them are not Black. So let's just take a look at what she finds and what she has to say.
This is weird.
Look, there you got some little blackface dolls up there.
That's crazy.
That's how you can tell the age of the person who's collecting this stuff.
Bro, oh my God. Bruh.
Even had a Cabbage Patch up there. Now wait until you see the one that's in the hat.
What the fuck is that? Oh, wow.
Now that's crazy. Now I'm not even going to sit up there and say what I think that other one is, or what it might potentially be. because when she pulled off that hat, it sounded quite baked or burnt. And as I've covered before, you have a lot of these people that have relics from their people, their grandparents, from times of how they treated black people, things that they used to sit up there and do. And they would keep things for souvenirs, or they would turn those things into objects or decorations. This is going back to what I said in the very first part of the conversation when I was talking about the difference between indentured servitude versus chattel slavery, which black Americans have faced. Like I said, I've never seen anybody else's house covered in this type of stuff when it deals with any other culture. I've consistently seen homes in the United States specifically dealing and only dealing with Caucasians where they want to collect things like this. Like I said, what's the use of even having that? That's an obsession at that point. That you're collecting these things thinking that this is some type of a positive. It's not. You got some things up there from what seems to be minstrel shows. You got some things up there, looks to be blackface or stereotypical characters where you got a small black child eating watermelon, all this. Like I said, that's some crazy work. I never seen this happen with other cultures though. But everybody want to sit up there and say that they've gone through worse. That black people need to stop complaining. This is 2025. 2025, and you still got people with this. You got to explain that to me. You got to explain that to me. Like I said, and this is what I'll be talking about. So let me just go back to the main one, right? Right, got the blackface caricatures, right, with the large red lips and everything, right? Eating watermelon seed. Like I said before, I can't give you another culture that has continuous images of which the main population in the United States likes to always reference and talk about and make fun of. I can't give you another group of people. I can't give you the Irish, can't give you the German, can't give you the Scottish, any of these other Europeans, can't give you nobody. Nobody in a black household has anything like this dealing with any other, as people want to say, enslaved group. We don't do that. We don't do that. This is not us. This is not us. Right? That is not us. That is not how black people move. That is not the type of stuff that we do. But as I said before, the most interesting one is that one right there. I want to know. I want to have that thing tested. I want to know what that is. I want to know what that is. Everything else I could sit up there and tell you is probably made of some type of plastic. That one right there, because of how burnt it looks, I can only guess what that is. And I will probably be right. But like I said, black people don't have anything like this in their homes. It's crazy work. Diabolical. Oh, we still got people complaining in the comment section. That's some diabolical work there. This is, hold on, let me, oh, Santos? Oh, I know who you are. Oh, you're one of those side-by-side honorary types. I got you, no problem. For any of the other people, if you're actually tired, why be here though? That's the crazy part. If you're actually tired, why be here? It's crazy, diabolical work. Diabolical. And we got some other, the funny people, the funny thing is where you got a lot of these people trying to tell me victim mentality. So let me just pull back real quick, right?
It's
so
biological.
when I was highlighting this, right, when everybody want to roll through, oh, you guys are victims and this and that, right? Y'all got all that to say, right? When it deals with reparations with Black Americans, when it deals with slavery with Black Americans, y'all got all the mouth in the world, right? Y'all got everything to highlight. But when we talk about subjects that specifically deal with you, it's amazing how the silence. I can hear a mouse pee on cotton like it's crazy. It's some crazy work. It's like y'all don't got nothing to say about that. Crazy. Crazy work. Hold on. Let me if somebody was talking about Black moms and dads, I got you. No problem. No problem, buddy. I got you. I got you, my friend. Shout out to my old math teacher. Happy trails, my friend. Goodbye. Right. So you said, you wanted to say Black mothers and fathers, are the worst. So explain to me why this Caucasian woman had a sign directly up that was like 4 children for sale. That's crazy. And then on top of that, this is what she wanted to do, but she was embarrassed by doing so that she wanted to cover her face so that it wouldn't be photographed. That's some crazy work. There are other instances as well where you got homeless white kids directly out here, which makes no sense. How does that even be possible? Because like I said before, y'all said that going by what you guys like to always say, oh, blacks are degenerates. They just got this procreating kids just running amok, right? So if Black people are supposed to be the worst of the worst, y'all are supposed to be the best, right? Because we're doing a compare and contrast, right? Black people are inherently evil and criminal minded, which means that white people should be the closest thing next to God, right? So that means that you shouldn't be having any type of famine, homelessness. You shouldn't be having any type of your kids being for sale, or I shouldn't be seeing your kids walking out and just being homeless. But yet I do. It's crazy. It's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. But you got the nerve to sit up there and try to talk about Black mothers and fathers basically being the worst. But yet you got, what was it, Tim Tebow sitting up there talking about, the fathers in the Caucasian community going directly after the family. But y'all didn't want to address that. Y'all don't care about that. Like I said, y'all don't actually care about the kids in your communities. Even when somebody else points out the problem to you, you don't care. But y'all got all the mouth in the world to really try to, let's go to per capita. Oh, let's talk about the Black cities. Oh, the Democrats. Oh, Biden. Oh, Obama. Oh, right? It's crazy. It's like y'all just get off on that whole thing versus actually being fixated and fixing the problem. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that though. But yeah, shout out to this great white mother here. She is a great woman. She is one of the greatest parents white America has ever seen. One of the greatest stand-up women. Crazy work though, but y'all want to sit up there and talk about Black people. Diabolical. Somebody said I'm rambling. I'd be like that. You want to hear doing this means you feel some type of way about it? It makes no sense. Rich, I would actually, if you could speak a little bit better English, because I don't know what half of that ghetto gibberish is. I don't know what that is. If you could actually, speak better English, because I know that you're an adult, I would actually highlight your comment. I wouldn't mind highlighting your comment, but it would actually take a little bit of intelligence to rewrite that and make it logical and make it make sense so that everybody else could clearly read what it is that you're trying to state. Like I said, I try to be cordial to a lot of people that want to respond to anything that I'm saying on this live stream at this moment in time. But it's like people don't want to work with me. It's like I said before, Black people try to work with everybody else, but y'all don't want to work with Black people. Like I said, I try to be as cordial as can be. I try to give you a chance. You don't want to do it. It'd be like that. Crazy. Dragon, what do you mean source? What do you mean? What source are you looking for? Are you talking about the image right here? Yo, shout out to hold on, I gotta go to the back down like you. Shout out to Brandon B. World for the $20 dono to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Said, here comes a new challenger. Said, oh my God, somebody with black fatigue saying they're tired of the victim mindset again. If I had a nickel, like I said, I'd be rich right now. Leon, well, maybe not so rich. Maybe I have a nice $1,000. Maybe a nice $1,000, right? So for Dragon down there, somebody actually posted it. They said, oh wait, you made wait, is it in parts? Right. Got you. So you said the photo was taken August 4th, 1948 and published in Chicago newspaper. It depicts Lucille, the mother, hiding her face while her 4 children, Lana, age 6, Ray, age 5, Milton, age 4, Sue Ellen, age 2, sit on the porch stairs. Context: the family faced eviction and poverty, which, according to the original caption, led the parents to decide to sell their children. Oh, that's even worse. I'm sitting up here thinking that this is just a single mother. Oh, the husband and the wife. So much for that nuclear family. Shout out to one person for putting the context directly up there. That made it 1,000 times worse. So the protector of the family agreed with the wife he wasn't even man enough to stand out there on that porch next to those kids and that sign saying that we are selling our kids. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is diabolical. And y'all got the nerve to sit up there and talk about me? Oh, you're just sitting up here. You're bashing white folks, brother. Do you not see? Did you not hear the information? Who was that? Who was that earlier that said that I was sitting up there just bashing? Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, what was it, Rich? Yeah. So let me know, where am I wrong in highlighting and talking about this image? Like I said, shout out to the one person for putting up the context, because I made it 1,000 times worse for me. Like I said, whenever you happen to point out stuff like this, magically you're in the wrong. Magically you're in the wrong. Magically you are the villain, and I am fine with being the villain. You need me to be evil, I got you. You need me to be that big black criminal black guy that you're just, no problem, I got you. Right? You want to feel or think that I'm racist? No problem, I got you. Got you, no problem. Anything to tuck you in at night. I will be that nightmare you wish for. I got you. Wow, the husband and the wife. That is crazy. Wait, you said, so how is this even on here? This is definitely bashing. Anybody else? We got, how many people we got here? We got 352 people. Anybody else with common sense and logic? Please respond to Richie. And let me know if I'm bashing right now. Let me know by bringing this up. Is this bashing? Talking about the subject and bringing this up, because for me, I saw somebody speaking ill of just, black men and black women, saying, oh, they're horrible parents, this, that, and the third. So I wanted to do a comparison. So I'm like, okay, no problem. That was your point, that, black men and black men and black women are bad parents or whatnot, whatever. No problem. I got you. Let me sit up there and hand you this trap card. Got you. Let's do that. But now I'm just bashing. So because I respond to somebody else in my comment section, I'm bashing. But when somebody else makes a response and they want to talk about black men and black women being parents and how terrible they are, oh, that's not bashing. You don't see that though. I don't gotta use names. I don't gotta use this. This is what I gotta. This is what. This is the hierarchy. How this works, right? This is my channel. Hook or crook, you only hear my voice. Nobody can hear you in space. The only reason you get acknowledged is because I acknowledge you. Right? The only way that people know that you exist is because I show your comment. I don't have to sit up there and register anybody's name up here. Other people who are able to see the comment section know who it is that I'm talking to because they saw it. People even made replies to it. You know? Like I said, I don't gotta put nobody's name up there. I don't gotta do. That's not how that works. I think people get it confused when they pop up on the channel. They think that things are supposed to go how they dictate. That's not how that rolls here. That's not how we do that. It's not how we do that. You said you asking, is the guy lying? Yeah, he is lying. Yeah. He's lying because, you know, let me show you this real quick, right? Historically speaking, black women have taken care of the slave master's kids. You know whose kids those are? Those are white women's kids. So if black women are such bad parents, why were they raising white kids during slavery? What was a white woman doing during that point in time that was so important? White women didn't have jobs. What was they doing? Were they voting during that time? Like, y'all were property. What were you really doing where you couldn't take care of your own kids? Black women were sitting up there breastfeeding them. They were rearing these kids. They were dressing them. They were doing everything that the white mother should have been doing. But yeah, people want to sit up here and try to state that, black men and black women, they're just terrible parents. They sat up there and raised y'all grandparents. What are we talking about? Have y'all forgotten American history? Have y'all forgotten? Those black women were literally bathing your kids. It was so much to the point where the black woman was literally seen as the mother. And when the white woman came in the house and tried to give orders, they were like, I'm not listening to you. You're not such and such. You're not my actual mother. Ooh. But yet y'all want to sit up there and try to speak negatively when it deals with black women direct. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. That's crazy. Black women as slaves literally raising white kids that ain't even theirs. They didn't have them with the slave master. They're not biracial. They are white. How does that work? So the husband can't sit up there and raise them. Crazy work. He ain't really doing nothing. the slave master's family can't raise them. Diabolical work. And the wife, what were you doing? Just getting drunk? Getting up on some opioids? Hanging out with the slaves, with the male slaves? Trying to get something in? Like, what were you doing that was more important than actually raising your kids? Like, that's crazy. Like I said before, how y'all want to sit up there and talk about black people, and y'all know how it is that we've literally done almost everything for y'all is crazy work. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if I still got that video up here. Let me see if I can even post it. Let me get that the other woman directly off of here. Let me see if I can find the other video, because I feel like I got to bring that up now. I got to go back to the previous live stream, and I got to bring up the video that I gave to y'all previously, where it dealt with the let me see if I can find them. Hold on, give me a quick second. It's going to take a little bit of time. Let me see. Nope, that's not it. It's not it. Is this all the same clip? Nope, that's the other one. Cause I'm about to get you real quick. I got you, no problem. Give me a quick second. Cause we got a good old classic video. Should I put that one up there? Let me see. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. It'd be a little bit easier if all of my stuff showed up as what it's supposed to be. It's 24 seconds. I think the video was about a minute. think it's about it, man. Let me see. I think that might be it. Nope. That was the one dealing with the what's the name? Matter of fact, let me put this one. I can put this one just back
If you get
directly back
lost,
up there.
Find a big black guy.
you find a big black guy, and what do you tell him?
And that like that.
Right? So just with that clip alone, right? Because I already talked about black women, correct? So you heard that little girl basically state, by way of her mother, that hey, if you ever get lost, what are you going to do? You find a big black guy to help you. Now, why wouldn't she sit up there and teach her daughter? Because again, a lot of y'all like to sit up there and say that black guys, the big bad, boogeyman and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Why would she sit up there and tell her daughter that? Why wouldn't she tell her daughter to find somebody of her own community? That's just a question I got. Let me see. Where is this video at? Yo, this is wild right now. Let me see. All right, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm probably just going to pull it directly from one of my other saves because I'm like, that is crazy work how I don't actually have that. Wait, somebody making a response to Dragon. Hold on, I got you. Give me a quick second. I think that is it. Now I gotta export this again, which is crazy. But yeah, that's crazy. Like again, black men and women are terrible parents, right? The worst, as somebody stated. If that was the case, right, and going by what Rich said, was like, yo, I'm asking, was the guy lying? If we are so bad, why is it historically we have, in a sense, been entrusted one way or another with white children over anybody else? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. That's a little bit, that's questionable. That's all I'm asking. Because as I stated before, no matter what black people have had to face or go through in this country, we will still try to judge and look at another person as a human being, irregardless on the history that we may have. Now, again, that may be very detrimental to a lot of black Americans, maybe very detrimental, but this is what we do because this is innate. This is within us. This is God-given. This is instilled. Like I said, I can't speak for everybody else because I didn't see, like I said, there's a lot of religious conflicts. Hold on, give me a second. All right, so now we got the video. Let me just post this just so people know what it is that I'm talking about. This is a video that I gave you guys a previous live stream ago. So let's just look at this.
All right, guys, we have this little girl, her name Kiara, and this guy right here, this one that's looking right here, asking her what's her penny size and asking her
If I'm a virgin.
if she's a virgin. He asked you that, what'd he say?
He asked if I was a virgin, and then he told me that he wanted me.
And he said he wanted her. So we finna go confront.
So hold on. So I got to move away from Richie. Right. The funny thing that Cassie want to sit up there and try to list is try to basically state that, because black people are such bad parents, this is why the prison rates are so high. That's not there's a multitude of reasons directly within that school to prison pipeline, how it is that you specifically have laws, and how it is that the officers out here directly target black children more than many others. Then if you want to also talk about the prison rates, you might want to also look up the exonerations. Black men have the highest exonerations when it deals with a lot of these things. So you may want to go back and look at some things. And also you might want to look up the reason why it is that a lot of black men have these exonerations. That's because there's a lot of, I'm guessing, Cassie, you're a woman. There's a lot of women that look like you who have decided to lie blindly directly on black men and young black boys, putting them up. Shout out to Carolyn Bryant, because that was one of yours, right? That was one of yours, right? Where she did that to Emmett Till, correct? And then Emmett Till is, right, no longer here. He wasn't able to like make it past his teens, but she was able to get married and have kids and grandkids. She was able to see the 2000s and all this other type of stuff though, right? But like I said, it's a lot of facts and pieces that y'all want to omit when it is that you speak on topics and subjects like this. It's quite funny, quite hilarious. So just like how you want to talk about, black people and all this other type of stuff, and you want to say, what was it? You said the truth hurts. Let me rewind this video real quick to show you what the truth actually is, to show you who the real problem is.
All right, guys, we have this little girl, her name Kiara. And this guy right here, there's one that's looking right here, asking her what's her penny size and asking her
If I'm a virgin.
if she's a virgin. He asked you that? What'd he say?
He asked if I was a virgin, and then he told me that he wanted me.
And he said he wanted her. So we finna go confront him. You wanna go confront him? Huh? The dude asking her if she's a virgin.
Who? Dude with the brown hat that was sitting over there.
Yeah, right. I'm finna put him on, he finna go viral because he's nasty, bro.
Why are you asking a little kid if she's a virgin, bro?
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No.
Why would she lie?
No, I wasn't even talking about her. I was talking about something else.
No, you wasn't. You asked her.
She might have misunderstood me. That ain't nothing, man.
No, you asked her what's her penny size, bro. Why? Why are you asking that, bro?
I was singing a song. I wasn't talking to her.
No, you wasn't.
Yes, I was. I was sitting right there. I had the phone.
Bro, she 10 years
Sorry,
old, bro.
I don't care. I ain't
She
nothing
10.
about her.
What's your
Like
name?
that way.
What's your name?
Huh? Steve.
What? Steve? All right, Steve. That's weird, bro. Why would you do that, bro? She's scared, bro. She's scared of you. She's scared of you.
So what was it, Casey, you said the truth hurts? Yeah, truth hurts, right? Notice you ain't saying nothing about this. Or the other ones that want to talk about black people. Why is it that when I bring up videos like this, y'all never want to address these situations? What was it? It was Richie in the comment section. You were sitting up there talking as well too. Notice how y'all never sit up there and address situations like this. Two black men. Let me just rewind this real quick. Little white girl, right? Her came directly. She didn't come up to nobody else. What was the video that I just literally played y'all? The mother sat up there and said like, yo, if you're ever lost or need help, find you a big black guy. That's what she told her. In 2025, now you have this video of this little white girl going up to one black guy. And then that black guy explained the situation to another black guy to make them aware. There were other white people around there. Why didn't she go or feel safe enough to talk to the white people that look just like her? Huh? What happened? Why ain't her family here to sit up there and help her, be by her side? Why is it two black men there to sit up there and give her some type of form of shielding or to make her feel okay after what it is that she had to sit up there and go through verbally from a man of her demographic that is supposed to be her protector? But y'all want to sit up there and try to run up and talk about black men. Nah, miss me with that. Miss me with that. Miss me. We're not about to all lives matter this. We're staying directly on this topic right now. No. We're not skating around this, buddy. Not today, bucko. Let me go back. What is the face? What is the face of this guy here? Right? And he's got the nerve to sit up there and put up he's putting up the hand? Huh? This is what we're doing? This is what we're doing. Like, oh no, it's like up here talking like Boomhauer. Word? Word? Just like everybody normally says, like if one of those little girls or if a white woman says that it happened, whatever she said happened. She ain't lying. She don't got no reason to lie. Like I said, that's some diabolical work. So out of all of those white folks directly in that area, she only felt safe going directly to a black man. Matter of fact, 2 black men. But yet, they got people in the comment section talking about black people are dangerous. How that work? How that work? I don't see the danger. I don't see the danger. That's crazy. That is diabolical. 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 Uh-oh, somebody got mad. Aw. You hurt my feelings. See, I want to give a shout out to Richie and Casey and all the other trolls directly in the comment section. So for anybody, we got 247. I want y'all to understand this is what it looks like when you have a black content creator bringing up stuff that is very important that people. This is me letting you know the face of the individual that is directly out there in your communities that is specifically talking to your children like this. You have people like Full Circle that wants to sit up there and report the channel because I'm highlighting and showcasing this information directly up there. But yet, like a lot of y'all in the comments want to sit up there and say, I'm the one that's problematic. I want you to understand people like Full Circle are the types of people to shelter and hide this guy that you see in front of you. He is the type of person to defend the guy that you see right here in front of you. Like I said, it's funny how I'm the problematic one. That's crazy. Bro, let me let you know something real quick. The moment in time that you don't write a full statement, I told you it is on site. Let me make it very clear. If people do not clarify and say what it is that they mean within the first statement that they give, you said report it. I'm like, oh, I seen this before. I'm highlighting this. So now, after I done said that, now you're talking about the guy. That's not what you said in this first statement. The first glimpse of what it is that I saw here, that is not what you sat up there and said there. Like I said, that's some crazy work. No, I didn't. You got to understand, things move around in these chats, buddy. And I've gone through this before. And I told people before, I do not mince my words. If I look at something and it looks to be an attack like the other attacks I've seen in this comment section, I'm going to 100. I'm doing just that. If you start talking crazy about black Americans, it's on site. You start talking crazy about me, it might be a 50-50. It might be a 50-50. You start talking about black kids, it's directly on site. Like I said, I say what I say and I say what I mean. I'm letting people know. This is why I keep telling people, if you mean something, I need you to write a full, complete statement. Write a full sentence so that there is no miscommunication. Because the moment in time I see something that looks anything close to what I've been seeing within my comment section over the past 5 to 6 years, oh, it's on site. That's what it is. Like I said, maybe some people just don't. Maybe some people ain't been looking at the comment section, looking at the stuff that people been sitting up there writing. It would be actually a lot worse. It's just the fact that I got great moderators that are here that work directly in the background on this channel, and they get rid of a lot of stuff before sometimes I'm able to sit up there and see it. And then, you also got other things in the background that are working in order to monitor some of these things so that they don't specifically show up in the comment section. But even with all of that combined, some stuff still slips through. It'd be like that. But the main point, like I said before, is that a lot of the people that find me to be problematic, y'all never find these types of things to be problematic. You never out these types of people. They're a part of your community. They're a part of your family. They're a part of your ecosystem. They're around your kids. Some of them might even be teaching the kids. And I've talked about this all the time. But yet I'm the problematic one. I'm the one that's being racist. I'm the one that's being divisive. Okay. You got it. You got it. So now we're going to go to this video here. So the video that you're going to watch is from a door cam or a ring camera, as it says directly in the corner. The owner of that apartment or structure, home, whatever you want to call it, they put out a box which has chips and snacks for the delivery personnel, right? And what's supposed to happen is that if an Amazon or a mail person comes up to deliver mail, what have you, they can, get up there. It's the summer. They can grab, like a Sunny D, a Mountain Dew, whatever it is, and a bag of chips, something to carry along and something to say thank you, because a lot of them don't just so happen to get that, right? But when we look at this video, you're going to see people who are not delivery personnel walking up and stealing these items. Look who's going back for snacks. I ain't gonna say nothing though. Look at that, and came back again. Yo, we got Goth. What is up, Goth? What is up? Like, his box is basically almost empty. There's like a few items left in that box. Like, what is that? And like, how do we get here? How do we get here? How do we get here? How did this become a conversation dealing with black men and if they think that she's a how do we get here? How do we get here? This is just dealing with one group of people. This is dealing with all Caucasian people. All Caucasian people. How do black men even get brought up into this whole instance? How did, like, what are we even doing here? What are we doing? It's like, whose man's is this? Whose man's is this? Who are you? Who are you? Like, yo, this right here, for anybody that wants to know why it is that black guys feel a certain type of way, this is why. Because no matter what the situation, no matter what the video is, somehow somebody will come through and they'll be like, oh, let's make this about black men. How do we get here? It's like, what are we doing? Like, why are you not asking the same question in reverse? Because there was at least two white guys that pulled up to the scene and that decided they wanted to get some snacks. But notice how it's one-sided though. That's crazy. That is diabolical. You said y'all talking about people like y'all don't have a high obesity rate in your country. I got a fast metabolism, so I can't. I mean, I can speak on the rates, but me personally, I don't. It took me some years to actually gain 30 pounds because I got a fast metabolism. So like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And at this moment in time, I'm fighting for my life just to sit up there and get back to the previous weight that I was at. So yeah. So yeah, you might want to, just let you know. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. No, I read your comment. I just omitted the one part that you said directly in there for YouTube purposes, but I read the full comment. Y'all talking about people. I omitted the main part that you said, like you don't have the highest obesity rate in the country. Now I said your, right? But regardless, like I said, it'd be like that. But yeah, I don't know who the quick is. I really don't. Brandon Burrow said the quick on here talking cash money. That is facts. 100%. Actually, nothing's better. Like I said, I'm cordial. I'm not an idiot like the ones that like to pull up in the comment section and just saying, any and everything. But like I said before, you're probably one of the main people that don't even know what a fast metabolism is. Realistically, more than likely know for a fact you're older than me, so I know your metabolism is dog water. Shout out to Outlaw Son. That's gonna be the terminology I'll use. When it deals with certain things. So yeah, like I said, I'm fighting just to sit up there and get back up to a weight that I had myself at, because I'm not eating, the exact same things to keep on calories. Fast metabolism. It be like that. God did. Shout out to DJ Khaled. Some people are made different. You said, how do I know that? Okay, so what is your metabolism? What is your metabolism? Because at this moment in time, I can sit up there. Let's say I can order like 2 pizzas. I can eat those. I can have some breadsticks. I could probably have a burger and some fries. And I'm not going to blow up to 300 pounds. Because if I explain what I normally would eat whenever I decide to eat at any given point in time during the day or night, a lot of other people wouldn't be able to match that, and their bodies wouldn't be able to tolerate that without them, becoming like the blob. So, you tell me what my BMI is. I put it to you like this. Originally, right, it took about what? Let me see. Hold on. Let me count real quick. Let me see. 2019. I put it to 19. 2019, 2020. Wait, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So it took me about 7 years to gain about 30 pounds. Right? So with that information, you should be able to guess what my BMI is. I don't have no type of gut. I can clearly see my kneecaps and everything. Like I said, I don't know how else to sit up there and explain it. Goth Peterson said I can't get over 165. My main goal was like 175. I was at 165 probably about what? About a month ago. I put it just about like a month ago. The last time I weighed myself, which was probably somewhere around like last week, I dropped from that down to 158 to like 157. So that's the battle that I'm currently at this moment in time. You said, how do I do it? How did you gain? I eat trash. I'm trying to tell you, I do not have any type of diet. I eat the stuff that I want to sit up there and eat. So if I want to have not Haagen-Dazs, if I want to have like let's say Ben and Jerry's, I have like spaghetti, breadsticks one moment, then a little bit later during the day, I'll order some Domino's pizza. If anybody can tell you directly on this platform, I'll be ordering Domino's. Or I'll have some stuff directly from like Dunkin' Donuts, like some egg and cheese, turkey sausage, croissant, type of deal, or maybe some McDonald's or whatnot or whatever. Trust me, even what is it? Brand of your world. He can sit up and tell you because he's known me for years. I've ordered a variety of things, and my weight does not really shift. That's why I said God did, because that's the only way I can explain it. I keep telling people at one point in time, if reincarnation is a thing, I was probably like a 100-pound, something tall Buddha that was just eating everything. And then, they hit me with their reincarnation. They was like, hey, we got you. We're going to give you a fast metabolism. You can eat anything in the world. And we're going to, just shrink you down to average height. That's what we're going to do. And here I am. Right. It be like that. It be like that. God said, and I've tried lifting weights and taking creatine, still couldn't gain over 165. I guess that's just the body type then. I guess. Or either that, or like how some people say you gotta overeat, like the calories or whatnot or whatever, because you burn so much. But I'm eating like a ton of calories. And it's like it's not really, nothing there. It's like, of course, there's obviously, some weight there directly on, everything else, but it's not anything where it's like, yo, man, you need to start, really working out. Like, this is looking crazy. What happened to you? You were like this 20, it's not that type of deal at all. So, because like I said, I can sit up there and like walk out without a shirt on and I ain't embarrassed. I'm not pulling a Rick Ross or nothing. So, shout out to Rick Ross though, you said be careful, Cedric. You can still have high blood pressure and diabetes and be skinny. I mean, any I put it to you like this. Anything can sit up there and happen. I don't feel that I'm just immune to everything, but when it deals with a fast metabolism and being able to burn stuff directly off, that is where I am. That is where I am. So I'm enjoying the blessing. That's what I'm doing. Like I said, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I see a lot of other people doing all of those things, and bodies are sitting up there just breaking down. Livers are in disarray. Kidneys are probably, shot or whatnot or whatever. So I'm like, all right, well, in comparison, I should technically be fine. Because I ain't really doing nothing to, jack up organs or my brain, or anything else like that. So, I should be fairly fine. I should be fairly fine. Screwface said, I can't gain neither. I get high cholesterol and high blood pressure before I gain. Undisputed said, most men hate the hanging chest. I mean, yeah. I think a lot of guys would rather have the type of, like, if it for street fighter wise, I'm pretty sure some guys know who I'm talking about, like a E Honda Edmund, where it's like, all right, you might have like the stomach, but it's like, your chest is just, it's flat, that type of deal. D-Money said, calm down, Chris, for God's sakes. We take a break from discussing your BMI to discuss more important topics. D Jesus, what is up? He says, same here. Seji, this fast metabolism kicks my butt after gym set. Oh man, yo, let me tell you something. The craziest part is, like I told other people, if I had to sit still. That's the thing that people don't understand, right? So for, let's say, 5 to 6 years, I had to sit still in order to have, the weight that I ended up gaining, right? And that's just my metabolism doing this sitting still. This is not me going to like the gym or any, this is me sitting still, right? So I'm trying to have people just take that as a note. Me sitting still, that's my metabolism. When I was active, when I'm talking about like having to, go to and from the job, I'm on my feet 8 hours. The highest I could literally get my weight during that time of doing physical labor was 145. 145. That was the highest I could get my weight. Like my body was like, all right, you just ate something. Bow, we about to sit up there and burn it off. You ate something again. You think you're about to get those pounds? Bow, we're going to burn it off. So my metabolism is even worse. Like if I, and again, that's not for me because, De Jesus is talking about actually, like going to the gym. I wasn't going to the gym. My workout was walking to the job, 30 minutes, but cutting that down to like 15 to 10 because I was speed walking because I wanted to get there on time. I guess you could say my lifting was, breaking down pallets, lifting the products, the water and stuff, taking around the store and different things of that nature. But it's not, working out like how, he's doing, like out there in the gym, sitting up there lifting, iron and working out, the different body parts and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, if I'm active, my metabolism is even quicker. Like anything that I have in my body now is gone. it's going to be like the residuals of a lost civilization. Like that's what's going to happen. And in a sense, I don't really mind it because it's like when, all of the like the little bit of fat content that I do have, when that's gone, it's like any little bit. And some of the guys who are thinner, like I'm pretty sure Goth knows and maybe a few others, when you're lean or thin, however it is that people want to frame it, any little bit of working out, any muscle is showing. Like you do, sit up there and be thin and do about like 50 to like 100 push-ups, do like some chin-ups or whatnot, whatever, work out the shoulders, arms, and chest. Yo, you want to be looking, I look like a god. Like that's how you're going to be feeling. At one moment in time, that's how I felt. I'm like, yo, I look good. Like I say, you got to be your own hype man, But like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Patricia said, "I'm with you, Mr. Hito. It's a struggle, and the struggle is real. So I feel, it's tough." Chris said, "How do you get from talking about crime on your videos to talking about weight gain journey?" This is what happens. This is what happens on this channel. It'd be like that. Sometimes we'll stay directly on topic, and then other times we might just so happen to deviate to other topics, things of that nature. Let me see, what was it? Yeah, Tippy said it's because I'm an ectomorph. Yeah. You said what? You said this channel is flexing on whites. I might have to get that on the t-shirt. Oh man. I ain't never heard that. Shout out to you. Chris, you done brought out that put a smile on my face. I never heard that in my life. That's something brand new. Shout out to you. Out of all the times I done had people roll up here that are non-black and say some stuff, you are the first one that says something different. Shout out to you. You are highlighted, my friend. I like that about you. I like that, sir. God said, they say if you fast and stop eating for 3 days, brain function is off the hook. Memory, thinking, reaction time, everything improves. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. I saw quite a few videos about that as well. Like your body starts breaking down, all of the fats, in the body. And then your body starts going through and breaking down, pulling out all of the toxins, from your body, getting those directly out of the systems and, fixing up and repairing, muscle and different. I know exactly what you're talking about, guys. I know exactly what you're talking about. Brandon V. World said, let's make Popeye's chicken sandwiches great again. This man. Yo, Mangeki, what is up? You said, hey. Let's not lose track on the fact that we're talking about the criminality. This man. Oh, man. Angela said, yes, fasting is the best game changer for life. Let me see if I can read that correctly. I'm going to say that this says ball. She said, do you love me? And I said, only partly. That's crazy. Truth said, if you stay consistent, your muscle will grow. That's true. And at one point, I'll tell you this. At one point in time, early 20s, I was more consistent in working out. Right. Let's say like 360 era. In between, if anybody here played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, you know how the lobbies are. And it's about like a 30-second, wait. So I try to sit up there and see how many push-ups I can do in that 30 seconds, and stuff like that. Or, I'll do some some other exercises or whatnot. So, that's what I would, tend to do. while playing the video game, being, active and stuff like that. Let me see what else we got. Patricia said, Mr. Hito, I sent you something. I don't know if you got it. Wait, are you talking about on I think also somebody, I think, what was it? I think it was like Hack or Ty might have sent me some in the Discord. So I'm glad you said something about that, because I gotta look at that as well too. Are you referring to like the social media platform? Because I'm not really too sure. You gotta let me know what you're talking about. Because I am a little bit lost at this moment. What else we got? Sure, I'm getting. What is it, Patricia? You said go with the flow, keep up. For Circus said sorry. Brandon World said I'm sorry. I got the time today. LOL. I want all the smoke. This man right here, crazy work. So yeah. So wait, is that how you say it, Miss Figgins? Yeah. I'll just say Patricia just in case I mess it up. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're where you might have like sent it directly to. Are you talking about like Discord? Are you talking about IG? Any of the other platforms that I have? Chris said your replies are attention. I brought up obesity rates. Now the whole combo shifted to weight. I'm awesome. Nah. You gotta understand, like, that's nothing new. If there's something directly there that might sit up there and focus on, firstly, you got the woman that was directly in the picture, right? But other than that, normally on this platform, there are like segues and side conversations that normally happen. This is normal. This is how I know that you're brand new. You ain't been here nowhere during like the 5 to 6 years that I've been doing these live streams. This is something that normally happens. You said yes, that's what I don't know, because I don't know anything about how it works. Stupid. So wait, did you send like a link? What did you send, like a video? Did you send like a video or an article or something? Take your time. D Money said, I mean, we can always ignore you, Chris, but we actually enjoy engaging in the comments. Yeah, and that's why I keep trying to tell people. Like, I repeatedly say in these conversations, like, yo, I am quite cordial. Like, I am very nice. Like, I don't mind actually having conversations directly with people, and different things of that nature. Because it is what it is. You have a platform, some people want to happen to say something, and it's like, all right, let's see where this is going to go. Let's have a reply. Let's have a nice cordial conversation between adults. You said, anyway, what I sent you was a blessing on your life. I love your name, and I love the way you use your words. I like the way you use your words, and pontificate, crazy work. Hey, well, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm not sure if you might have sent it on IG, Discord, or whatnot, but I will sit up there and leave a response or a thumbs up. I'll do that. But again, just in case I can't see it directly right now, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. T. Davis said, Chris's first day on the internet. Welcome, Chris. God said, your channel is awesome. Honest attitude, good, and good vibes. Great chat. See, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And the funniest thing is, me and Goth, we originally had conversations in the comment section, right? And we were just having open dialogue, open conversation. And this is how we got here. This is exactly how we got here. And Goth even went to the point of like, hey, I actually like the conversation dialogue. Let me, be a member, for a bit of the channel, and throw a little bit of something. and and do that. And like I said, that was dope. And that's what happens with conversation. Like people actually start to get to know somebody, start to have understandings and and different things like that. Like I said, it's only so few people that actually want to get to that point of wanting to have a conversation to try to just see directly where people are. A lot of other people, they're just elsewhere. That's the best way to put it. A lot of other people, are elsewhere. Um see, and here we go. Here we go. We got Guy Gardner, aka Ryan Gardner. He's like, well, let's be honest. We see what happens when black people run a city, Baltimore, Chicago, Atlanta. See, we were doing great. We were doing so great. And this is why I tried to tell y'all before. The moment in time that you actually have people just having a conversation, you'll have people like this that'll come directly up in here and they'll just be like, we're going to mess all this up. Well, nah, miss all this. People just having a conversation and just being people. Nah. And again, a lot of y'all always wonder, oh, why do you have to Seji? Why do you always have to talk about race? What does this have to? He just did it. We were just talking about all different types of stuff. And now we're back to the same old. Shame for shame. No problem, though. No problem. So now we're going to go to a little bit of a different video. And I'm not sure if I covered this video before. It's possible, but I'm not sure if other people have seen this before. So I'm just going to preface this by letting people know that in this first part of the clip, a woman is going to pretty much go after her boyfriend because she assumed that he was cheating. And, the guy was basically trying to restrain her. And after that happened, she decided to send a text message to her, I think it was her brother. They're going to say it in the clip, to basically come shoot this fool up or just to come shoot his stuff up. Right. So let's take a listen. Right. So that's he was trying to restrain her. Right. So those are the text messages right there.
Isn't it true that you were the first person to become physically violent with Travis and not the other way around?
No.
Not at all?
Something or show me something if I can't recall the exact steps of the moments.
Question. Okay, so you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, not the other way around. Answer. Correct.
Yes, I said correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
So you smashed his iPhone not out of anger, but because you were hurt?
Yes. Okay. And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
No, you just sent a text to go shoot up his right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what the shit is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something. I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
Well, if you were responsive to my question, I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
The question was, what does mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
Okay. So it could have been his brother?
No.
It could have been the house?
Nothing violent toward a person.
Could have been his mother's house, right?
I was upset and my adrenaline was running and I said something that I didn't mean. That's the bottom line of that. I didn't mean for my brothers to do any of that. That's why when my brother left the house, he did not have a firearm on him. People say things when they're upset that they don't mean all the time. But since the situation has happened, it obviously blew up 20 times more, but I didn't necessarily mean for anything to happen to Travis, his family, his house, or anything. It was like my second home. I would not want anything to happen there.
All right. And he never raised a hand and touched you, did he not?
Yeah.
So basically,
he was
that
raising
woman
his hand the whole
lied.
time,
and inevitably what happened is that the black man that's on the defense, he had to defend himself. So he ended up pulling out a weapon and he fired his weapon. You know, somebody, you know, got injured and or lost their life. Let me see if I can actually pull this back up. Let me see, because I actually had the what's thing. Yeah, Travis Rudolph was found not guilty on all charges, including murder. In June of 2023, after claiming self-defense in a 2021 shooting, he did not go to jail. The jury believed that he acted to protect himself and his brother during a confrontation at his home. So the woman was literally, after she was going crazy, right? She was striking him and all of that. The most that he did was try to restrain her because she was using her hands, just basically wailing on this dude. She probably got keys or whatnot or whatever in her hand because she theorized that this dude was cheating. Didn't have no proof. She just had some random crazy theory. Again, couldn't prove nothing. So she just started swinging directly on this dude. So then after he sat up there and restrained her and everything was said and done, you saw the text message that she sent telling her brothers, yo, go basically deal with him. Go handle that. And like I said before, you got a lot of dummies like that will be 1000% in the wrong, and they will send crash dummies to go do a dummy's work. Like I said, I'm happy that the jury were sensible and they realized that that dude was completely innocent and that he was only defending himself because of what she tried to, in a sense, cause. Like I said, that's some crazy work. 100% crazy work. So now we're going to go to something a little bit crazier.
Yeah, we finna get ready.
A little bit crazier. I'm not sure if y'all seen this conversation. This is dealing with bull riding. Matter of fact, let me preface this, right? Because maybe some people might not know about the whole thing. Let me just read a little bit, right? So this is about mechanical bulls, right? A mechanical bull is also known as a bucking machine, a device that replicates the sensation of riding a bucking animal, such as rodeo bull or horse, popularized by Sherwood Sire. It is usually powered by variable speeds, electronic motor, padded floor, and is often installed around the equipment in order to reduce the likelihood of injuries of those being thrown from it. A quick stop motor allows the operator to safely control the ride, and ensure safety for the rider. The feature also allows operators to stop the ride prior to the rider being thrown. A trained operator at variable speed control boxes regulates the unit buck and spin speed as well as the spin direction. The equipment also has the capability of starting rides very slow and with varying speeds and yada, 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 right? They also stated that mechanical bulls have existed for decades as training devices for rodeo competitors, as they enable a rider of rough stock, bucking horses or bulls, to enhance rodeo performances and refine skills without the risk of unpredictability of a live animal. Although mechanical bulls are still routinely used for rodeo training, they are also utilized at amusement rides, both as mobile rental, i.e. party entertainment, and stationary entertainment found in bars, restaurants, and clubs. And these may be surrounded by blow up air inflated structures similar to a bounce house, right? So we get that it's a device, it's been used, it's been here for a very long time. Let me see. Do we got the age? I thought they said it was like the 1930s or something like that. Let me see. Wasn't it like the 1930s? I think it was like somewhere around that time. But you got guys in the rodeo that basically train on these things, right? So knowing everything that I stated, pay attention to what this woman has to say.
There's a call from the DJ. Yeah, we finna get ready to have the mechanical bull contest. Y'all get ready. We finna. Okay. His eyes lit the up.
He wanted you to get on that.
He say, you heard him say they gonna have a mechanical bull? Yeah. You want me to get on that? Nah, I'm thinking about jumping on it. Them thoughts look fun. Not only did he jump on it, he had the hand. Oh. He had the hand up and he was riding that like. As a man, why are you getting slung off?
Okay, well, you know
of a
me.
Mechanical bull.
You know
dog.
me. I'm a little messy myself. So did y'all that night?
We did not. You ride better than me, bitch. What the I'ma do with you? Hello? I'm not. Come on, dog. Come on, man. Nah,
You
man.
was intimidated.
A ride off between you and your nigga is crazy. Excuse me? I'm not finna have no ride off. So you doing the bit?
Mechanical bull is for women to show their ass. That's
Cowboy, it's for you to get thrown off. It's for your titties to be bouncing, and for you to be giggling, and for your thighs and ass to be out. You and your motherfucking jeans.
What he had on?
He had on like jeans and a little button-up shirt or whatever, but
right in a polo is wild.
So again, this is why I wanted to preface this by reading off the actual information dealing with the mechanical bull, because you got the ignorance basically spewing that they're saying that it is, now I just got to preference this, they're basically saying that it is gay if a black male is riding a mechanical bull. Magically it's sexualized now, and magically mechanical bulls are only for women to ride. Historically speaking, that has never been the thing. That is just something of like recent times where that has just been the thing that women, when they want to drink or whatnot, they want to get up on the bull and all this other type of stuff for attention. But normally this is used by those who are in rodeos, who are actually riding bulls that are bucking back and forth and all this other type of stuff. But like I said before, it's crazy how anything can be used in order to deem a guy to automatically be gay. I'm just waiting for the moment in time that there's a conversation online where you're going to have like women like the ones in this group that decide to say that, oh, it's gay for guys to play video games. I'm waiting. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I'm just waiting for that moment in time. I'm just waiting. Because I know the whole conversation is going to be like, yo, why are you playing video games? Like that's something that girls do. You should be out there working. You should be out there getting cuts and bruises and scrapes and whatnot or whatever. You shouldn't be doing something light or dainty as playing the video. I promise you it's going to happen. I swear to goodness. I swear to goodness. Yo, Nook, what is up? You said, where are her people from? They from space. At this moment in time, they are from space. Because like I said, the logic on it, like none of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. But like I said, it's only one demographic of men where, you know, they got to deal with the consistent trying to beat the allegations, you know, of what, you know, of how straight they are or whatnot. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. Yo, Carl, what is up? You said you also saw a video of a woman saying that it was gay that she saw her brother with ice cream that has sprinkles on it. What is going on? You can't even just have, what is going on? First of all, sprinkles are for winners. Sprinkles are for winners. I don't know what is going on directly. Like I said, you can't do that if you're. It's a sad world that we live in. You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. It's yo, the way it's going to be at the point in time is like, yo, the way you breathe. Oh man, can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. That's crazy. That is crazy. Man. Yeah. Ellie, yeah. Exactly. They're gonna start saying if you breathe too much. Yeah, yo, that's crazy. That is diabolical work. So now we got a even worse video, and this is going to go. So back to what was it? I think it was like Nook who brought it up. He was like, where is that those women from? I don't know, but this one you'll be able to guess. You'll probably hear a couple of breaks every now and again, but I just want to specify very specifically. This is why the father is always needed, and this is why people should not get rid of the father, right? I just want to specify that. Just want to preface that before we start the video.
Building a whole set of lies. All this nigga do is tell lies. Building a whole set of lies. Can somebody help me figure out how to get your 17-year-old abuser out of your house? Oh, you want an update? That's the 12-year-old that destroyed my house over a cell phone. That's what you guys was calling him. He wasn't 12, but he's 17 now. And every time I call the cops, they don't never move him from here. Somebody want to know? Can I get some help? Because apparently TikTok the place to go for help, because I called the police over 30 minutes ago and I'm still waiting. Yeah, I'm still waiting. Ain't nobody out here. Police! Police! Where y'all at? Because I need some help. When he destroyed my house, I called for the police too. They didn't come. You know how long when they came? When they got here? When everything was done, broken and destroyed. Y'all so tired of life right now. I'm supposed to be at work. I had to call off of my job for this. Can you imagine that? I had to call off my job for this. I would have did a live, but I can't figure out how to do the comments on there because somebody need to tell me how to get him out of my house. Because when you do emancipation, they want 100 million things to get that child out of your house. He threw a TV on my foot a month ago, and the police told me I got to let him stay here. The police came here and coddled him. They came here and coddled him. He chucked me out in here this morning, and the police left him. Here comes the father of lies on the phone. I can't take you. I can't help you. That's what I told you. You don't got nobody but this mama. He don't got nobody. Look at him. His daddy giving him excuses. He don't got nobody but his mama that he treat like Ain't nobody want him at their house. Nobody. Look. You see that right there? Oh, y'all caught this bedroom on a clean day because the garbage just went out. Y'all caught this house on a clean day. Oh, look. This is the door. I'm never getting my deposit back in this house. I ain't getting my deposit back. Look. They done brought the door, ripped it down. Like, look. Punch in the door. I ain't never getting my deposit back. I'm alright with that. I ain't never getting my deposit back. That's the daddy in there giving him excuses. Ain't nobody want him at his house. His grandmama told her he don't want her at his house. There's nobody he got to run to but this dumbass mama. He don't got nobody to run to but this dumbass mama that he treat like Ain't nobody want him at his house. And this thing they're talking about, I done lost my mind. He talking about I'm crazy. You know what? I'm crazy as right. I'm crazy as hell because I'm tired.
She's been fighting all her life. All her life she had to fight with her son. Yo, let me just pull that right back. Let me pull that right back. Let me just let me see if I can get. That's a grown man. I'm just gonna be real.
Giving him excuses.
That's a grown man. That is a grown man.
Nobody but his mama that he treat like Ain't nobody want him at their house. Nobody. Look. You see that right there? Oh, y'all caught this bitch.
Dude sitting up there tearing up doors and everything directly in the house. This is why she's not going to be able to sit up there. Let me. And that dude sat up there and looked and slammed the door like he owns something, like he paying bills. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is why fathers are needed. That kid, he has weight. That's a 17-year-old. He got weight directly to him. He should be on somebody's football team or the wrestling team or something like that. The mother is not built to sit up there and deal with that. That is what the father should be dealing with. But you got a lot of instances where magically stuff be happening. Don't know the relationship in between her and the father, but a woman, she got quite a voice and an attitude. If you actually paid attention to that woman speaking, out the side of her neck, you saw that vein. There was a thick vein. You would have thought that was Arnold's arm. That's how thick that vein was. And I'm like, Lord have mercy. I can only imagine the type of arguments and how she be hollering if and when that guy was there. And you mean to tell me that you got this 7-year-old sitting up there tearing up your place? Let me let y'all know something. My mom, single parent. I am her son. She raised me. Never at a point in time was I tearing doors in the house. Never at a point in time was my room looking like that. Like maybe I might have had like some a shirt or some clothes on the floor because I heard it and took off my clothes so I can put on my tracksuit so I can go outside and start playing basketball. Like other than that, it's like my room wasn't looking like that. I made sure to keep at least some type of order. This is just like full on disrespect. Full on disrespect. She needs to send him to the Marines, send him to the Corps, send him somewhere else. because you need to have only a man can deal with that situation. You are not built. You don't have the facilities to deal with that. Like everything that you should have instilled in him so that he would actually respect you, you should have been doing it at the single digits. Obviously, she didn't do that. And I can tell you that because, again, single parent household, my mom did that. But I also respected women. And that was just innately. I respected women. So on top of, respecting women and on top of, how I was raised, this was never a thing for me. That this was nothing I ever sat up there and did. Like the attitude that he got just across the screen. Like for me, I'm like, yo, we need to go to the garage real quick. We need to have a conversation. We need to just have a conversation in the garage. Let's give the mom about, $200 or whatever, and go shopping, grocery shopping, something. We will have a conversation. It's gonna be a real nice conversation. Going to straighten them out real quick because that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. She can't sit up there. You can't sit up there and and have that. I gotta frame it differently because it's YouTube. You can't have that conversation with your son. You're a woman. You can't. Like the max of what you are able to hit is probably not even his base level strength, and then that's not even to mean anything once he starts getting charged up and angry, and then when he's fully angry. So it's like, yo, you are not. This is why I be trying to tell a lot of women directly out here. It's like I get the fact that a lot of women feel that they can do things directly on their own, but let you have a son that's big enough, you're going to sorely learn that you need a guy directly there. You're gonna learn and understand very, very quickly that you need a man directly there to sit up there and straighten him out because there's going to come a point in time that he's going to decide that he wants to sit up there and try and tempt something. So because there's not a man there for him to try that with, he's going to sit up there and do that with you. Again, I never did that because I was raised and I innately already had a certain level of respect. So I wasn't about to like, yeah, I'm about to sit up there and go, try to throw hands with my. Nah, that wasn't happening. So, I had fear and too much love of my mom to ever think of doing anything like never in its existence would I ever try to do that at all. But obviously this kid is different. Like I said, that's a scary sight. That's a scary sight. He looks like he'll probably be the type of kid to run with the wrong people and to have something happen to his mom. I'm just gonna be real with you. Because he has that type of destructive behavior. He has that type of nonchalant, non-caring attitude. And again, this is why I try to get through and talk to a lot of women like, yo, y'all gotta have like men directly in your lives. Because if you are a woman and you are raising a son, you need to have men in your life. Because you're tempting fate. You are vastly tempting fate because I can sit up there and tell you, every young dude out here is not like me. I just sat up there and seen some out here like running about and especially going through high school and everything. I didn't see some of them guys. And I felt sorry for those mothers. I'm like, man, you got to deal with a son like that. I'm like, yo, you need to just lock him up. I'm like, man, your son's sitting up there talking to you like that. You need to sit up and just lock him up. Like, I'm dead serious. Because a lot of these dudes, they don't understand nothing up until whatever they have is basically stripped away from them. And this is why, going back to what Brother Umar said, and a lot of people disagree with me. He said he's not going to be able to psychologize a lot of your sons. Some of them are going to have to be put down for good. And those are the sad facts. Like I said, I could disagree with the woman's attitude and all the other type of stuff, but I would not want anything to happen to her by way of her son. That's crazy work. That's diabolical in nature. But like I said, to the women out there, you got to make sure to sit up there and have men directly in your life. You got to trying to do it by yourself. That is a fool's errand. Realistically, that is a fool's errand. Even my mother sat up there and told me, she was like, "Yo, this is not the road. Like, don't sit up there and be a single parent." Like I said, it's the one thing I love about my mom. She's been the most honest woman that I've ever had and knew in existence at all. because she will shoot directly from the hip. She's like, yo, it's a single parent thing. This is not it. I better ever sit up there and catch you doing this. You better not be, I better ever catch you out here just running around, you know, creating kids and doing this and that and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, I have so much respect for my mother that I made sure not to do that. Right? So, but you know, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what to tell people. Brandon B. World was like, my mom would have told me, well, you got to go to sleep sometime. Oh, yeah, this man. Oh, this man right here. Let me tell you. Tibby said, I'm sorry, but from what she said about her son, he didn't get like that overnight. What's wrong with him mentally? It don't gotta be Tibby. It don't gotta be nothing wrong with him mentally. It don't mentally, that's an excuse. Ain't nothing wrong with him mentally. He know exactly what it is. If he's able to you know, under his own power, pick up that phone and dial, if he's able, you know, under his own power to sit up there and tear off the doors of the closet, have his room a mess, to sit up there and be, you know, pulling up to the scene like he Rick Ross in like some type of rap video, it ain't nothing wrong with him. He know what it is. He know exactly what trust me. Tippy, I'm trying to tell you, trust me. He know exactly what it is that he doing. He know what he doing. Like, that is crazy. Gail was like, when it comes to sons like that, baseball bats and snub no ass. Hey, I ain't even mad. I 100%, I 100% get it. I 100% get it. Like, that is crazy. That is diabolical work. Somebody said he lying. I'm not even sure what that person is talking about. Let me see. You said he could be autistic, but Jesus, you know, I've seen, there was a mother, I think I showed y'all. I don't think I showed you. Did I? I'm not sure. There was one video of a black mother where she has an autistic son, but this dude, I'm talking about, you would probably need like you would need an army for that teenager. I think she said that he was, I think 17 or 18, and he's like autistic, like the marble, whatever granite countertop that was broken. The room had all types of like fists directly through like the drywall, windows broke. It was, that house was in a disarray, and that was just from him going in a rage. And I'm like, yeah, you might need to put your son somewhere, because I'm like, that is not safe for you. I get that you love your son. He is autistic and you want to take care of him. This ain't it. This ain't it. I've known some guys who were giants and they were autistic. That is a scary sight. Like I'd sit up and tell you this one story. I knew of one young guy by the name of James. And I loved hanging around James because he was like a gentle, you know, giant, like that type of like deal. And the dude was dope. Like, when I tell you what, like this dude, like how his brain was basically wired, him drawing was crazy. Like, he could draw stuff directly from, he was artistically gifted. It was a beautiful, like I would just love just sitting up there just like watching him draw. Like I was a drawer during that time. I drew myself. But I'm like watching him just sit up there and draw, watching him shade and just do things from his mind. I'm like, dog, I'm like, yo, this is incredible. I'm like, yo, if somebody older could just tap into this dude and just mentor him, like, yo, he could be great. But, you know, that's not, you know, what tends to happen. And because, you know, he's directly on, you know, the spectrum, that was the part that it was like, it was uneasy, right? Because I had the sense of like, yo, his artwork and everything is like, it's dope, it's cool, you know, like just walking around the dude and you know, and stuff like that, talk about video games and things. but it was still like that uneasiness. It's like I can't explain to you, like whenever you happen to see Spider-Man with like spider sense, and you see like that little wave just basically going off, like he knows like something there, but you don't really know it, but you know it before it happens. It was that same thing. And it was like anytime I was around him, that was the exact same thing. It was like something basically saying like, yo, caution, yo, sit up there and be careful. Hey, yo, you got to sit up there and pay attention. This, that, and the third. So I'll have to sit up there and remind myself. I'm like, yo, let me not try to joke like how I would joke with other people. Let me be careful with my words, right? Let me not sit up there and set him off and this, that, and the third and all this. Because like I said, for me, it would be like David versus Goliath. Like I said, I am not ashamed to sit up and say I'm not the strongest guy directly out here. I can sit up there and handle my own, but certain battles, you know, you are not built for. That was not that battle. That dude was easily about a good, what was he about? 6'4", 6'5", possibly about close to like 300 and something pounds. Yeah. And yeah, it just wasn't it. It just wasn't it. And it's like, yeah, you gotta really be aware when you're dealing with situations like that. I'm not just sitting up there saying like you don't got to be careful of people that are average height of average strength. You still got to be careful, but it's even more present when you have somebody of that height and stature and strength. It's like, dog, you don't know. That's going to be like some Herculean strength that you're sitting up there dealing with. It's like, yo, you gotta be mindful. You know, gotta sit up there and be mindful of stuff. Uh, wait, let me see what we got. Let me go back. Green Tools New York said, bye bye, y'all. Y'all enjoy life, stay alive. All right. Much love, respect to you and yours as well. Tibby said, not one absent father. You saying they don't exist? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, who? Let me see. Wait, who do it doesn't exist? This is the modern issue of America. I'm trying to roll back up to catch. Let me see. The Fed said, why is there so many racists in chat? Green said, y'all different in the States. Everyone knows y'all got too good life, zero struggles. Y'all don't know hard life. What are you even talking about? Wait, what are you even talking about? How you that's some weird, like where are you even from? Because I'm looking at the name. I'm like, all right, you got NYC in your name, and the only place I know is New York City. Obviously you're not talking about no NYC in the UK. I could be wrong. Maybe it could be something, Northern York, Central or something. I don't know. I know you ain't talking about nothing over there in Europe, and I'm for sure you can't be talking about nothing in Canada. But I know that you said specifically in the States, you was like, everybody know that y'all got a good zero struggles. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you talking about. Tibby said it's almost mental health month. You're not helping your brothers. Said, what was it? I didn't say that. I didn't say. You said you're a Latino. What? Where are we even at right now? Let me just scroll down real quick. Wait a minute. He said person must be chatting on the other channel. Probably so. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know. You set up and said that you're Latin, and then you set up and said we got it much better in the States. I don't even know what specifically even talking about. I'm a little bit confused. I don't even know what is going on here. Wait a minute. Gail says she feeling sad. Wait, what? I'm confused. You said never heard of it. What is that? Something about the mute challenge. Oh, you oh, okay. So Gail made a mistake and hit the button. Like Gail don't be playing. Gail do not be playing. Like I said, I try to be a patient person as much as possible. My great moderators have known me throughout the years. I've been severely impatient. I've mellowed out quite a bit. I fear that my impatientness has rubbed off on quite a bit of my moderators, and I feel like I exacerbated the situation when it deals with Gail, because Gail she has patience. Once people start getting like stupid, once you start going above 0 and you hit 1, Gail is on 100. And so it'd be like that. And sometimes Gail might hit that button. Everybody makes mistakes. I have done that before myself, so don't even feel bad, Gail. I've done it, and I'm like, you know what? My bad. I didn't even mean to sound you out. I apologize. It be happening. It be happening. Like I said, Gail be on it though. Gail, she is there. That girl, she be on it. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, she don't be playing no games. No games at all. So now, oddly enough, when I was originally putting together this live stream, I ended up getting another video that technically coincided directly with the video that you are able to see. So we're going to get into that one and hear what this brother has to state.
Let's get into the realness. We got a lot of moms also that have fathers that do want to be dads, but they are so vindictive and bitter with the dad that they'd rather their son fail than have the father in a child's life. Are you serious? I'm dead serious. I've had conversations with moms. I'm like, where the daddy at? I'll make contact with the dad. Dad say, I live in North Carolina or I live in this city, but she never wanted me. They done moved on, got kids of their own with their new wife or whatever like that. She never want me to see him. I'm like, mama, send that boy to go stay with his daddy. He don't need the Ace of Boys program. He needs his dad. Send him with his father. What are you doing besides sitting up here complaining about you doing it by yourself? It's like moms have this new thing now where they proud. It's like they have to say, I'm doing it all by myself and I'm trying and I love my child, and putting them on Facebook and pretending you was a parent at graduation and they turned out to be some terrible person because you was too proud to keep their father in their life. I've run into that so many times. Just send the child to stay with his father. You don't need him. You don't need to be trying to raise him by yourself. Send him with his dad because he needs his actual father. He don't need somebody trying to get to play father. He needs his real father. But because they are so bitter, and the court system, which I hate, benefits mothers more than fathers who want to be dads. It hurts kids. It hurts children.
Right. So we heard that. Now Tippy said that Greenhouse was saying that single fathers don't exist in this community. He was saying that all the Latino fathers don't leave their kids. Did anybody? So all of the people that were coming directly to the United States, when I saw a whole bunch of kids coming, where specifically where was the mother and the fathers there? Because you had kids coming over here that didn't belong to anybody that was directly in the group lineup trying to come across the border. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused because you got people literally sending their kids directly over without a guardian so that they can get a better life. And you sitting up here saying that single, you got you literally got people at this moment in time abandoning their kids, sending them over with no type of guardianship, no type of protection, in hopes. You got them sitting up there, dibbling and dabbling with the other folks out there paying thousands of dollars just so they can get to the border real quick. There was a lot of men who got kids that were coming across this border that magically didn't have their kids and their family with them. What happened? What happened? How'd that work? How'd that happen? Why are they doing that? I thought it was supposed to be a cohesive thing. I thought everybody was supposed to sit up there making, not just one person. How is it possible that you're going to leave your family back there, but you're going to move to the United States, and now you're going to be cheating on your wife over here? Huh? And then you're going to start up a whole nother family. But yet you're the good guy because you're what? You're sending money back, supposedly, hopefully, on a wish and a whim. That's some crazy work. But then you got the nerve that you want to pull up to the scene and try to talk about black people and try to smear. Come on, man. Didn't we just deal with this like earlier, like within the first like 30, 40 minutes of like the live stream? Didn't we just already deal with this? Where people wanted to, try to badmouth black people as not being there for their kids and all this other type of stuff, but yet black people, or more specifically, black women, are literally raising the kids of the slave master. That's some crazy, man. Boy, let me. And then we still got the other man. I'm not even about to rehash. I'm not even going to do it. It's crazy. Brandon V. World said, I'm not even going to lie. I never understood why being a single mother was a badge of honor. I mean, I get it in some success stories. Yeah, like I said, my mom was never wearing that as a badge of honor at all. That was not anything my mom, like I said, that's why I look at it as weird whenever I happen to see things on social media. I'm like, are you not a parent? Are you not just supposed to like raise your kid? Like you like, this is not a situation that was made. Like you got to handle that situation. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like, you don't got single fathers out here, online screaming to me, I'm a single father. I'm doing it all by myself. I don't got no money. I don't got they ain't doing that. They just doing it. They just doing it. But I guess it's different, for everybody, I guess. I don't know. Tippy said you don't have to do it by yourself. She has help, but dads should never move away from their child. I mean, you are. I'm not disagreeing with you, Tippy. Dads should not move away from their child, but also within the the same vein, you have mothers that will keep their children away from the father, being vindictive. They're angry and mad that the guy, after the relationship broken up, that more than likely she wanted to break up from him, because a lot of women say that no man breaks up from me, I break up from him, right? After she broke up with the guy and the guy actually moves on, the woman gets angry, she gets mad, she sees that he's actually happy, enjoying life, and she's like, well, I'm going to take away a little bit of enjoyment. I'm going to instill some type of a control to be able to control your emotions so that you're not at 100% enjoyment in your life. And I'm going to hold back and take your child directly from you. Or I'm going to treat the child like a yo-yo so that, you're always all over the place and, to keep throwing you off and all this other. Like I said, it's crazy. Like I said, there's a lot of kids online right now. If people happen to take the option or to give a listen, there's a lot of kids at this moment in time on TikTok that tell their stories about how their mothers, specifically once they were able to talk to their fathers and learn the other half of the story, which was never told, they started really looking at their mothers differently. And this is something that really doesn't get talked about or highlighted, because the main thing that people, always state is pretty much the mother is God. The mother is the greatest thing, next to God. So in comparison, if the mother is God, then the father has to be Satan. That's how comparisons work. And, it's crazy. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. So now we're going to go to another video and make sure we're on the right thing here. This one is actually quite crazy. It's going to technically play pretty quick, but this is how jacked up and screwed up the mentality of a lot of the younger women are directly out here when it deals with the young men and how it is that they perceive and look directly at men. So take a listen to this.
Kodak, what do you do for a living?
I got my CDO license. I just finished that up. How old are you? 21.
What the is a CDO?
In shorter terms, I'm a truck driver.
I look like with a truck driver.
What you mean? What do you do for a living?
I'm a risk taker.
What's your type?
Millionaires.
Have you ever been with a millionaire?
No, but I'm gonna be.
Lord have mercy.
So you mean to tell me you would rather spend all of your good years chasing a millionaire other than taking a chance with a 21-year-old that has his CDL license, probably got his own crib, own car?
Yeah, I'm chasing a bag. If you're not a millionaire, then you're not for me. I know what I bring to the table.
What do you have?
Not a Target bag.
This is what I be talking about. She didn't even know. She didn't even know what a CDL was. That young dude is 21 with a CDL. It's over. That man has the whole world. The whole world is open for him, literally. And she's like, I'm chasing the bag. A millionaire. If you're not a millionaire, I ain't even looking in your direction. You can't do nothing for me, and all this other type of. She don't bring nothing on nothing. Like, she has no type of intelligence. Zero. Nada. Zilch. And she got the nerve to be sitting up here saying, like, you got to be bringing $1 million. $1 million? Like, what do you do in your everyday life to have a millionaire basically walk upon you and just grace you with his presence? Nothing. You don't do nothing. What? Just because you're a woman? Just because you're young and dumb? It's like, that don't make no sense. That 100% makes no sense. That's crazy to me. Like I said, like, that is bum behavior. That is mass bum behavior. But yet you don't have people talking about this type of clownery. People think that this type of stuff is okay and that is cute. And then you even got some older women matching up with the dumbness that she's even saying. Like, this is wild. This is wild. Oh, look at who we got. Oh, we got Miss Anderson. Look. Oh, we got Miss Look at that. Look, hold on. Gotta highlight you real quick. Look at this. So now you pull up to the scene after all these days, after all these weeks. Now you pull up and say something. Look at this. That's crazy. Sanderson said, I wonder if she would have had said the same thing to a white dude. I don't even know. At this point, I'm not even sure. Like, the whole like mentality out here is just complete trash. It's bumby. Like, this dude has a legitimate job. He is a professional at a young age. And she basically called him a bum. That is, oh my God. Like, this is why I'm just going to let y'all, I'm going to let this be a prime example. There's going to be a lot of, wait, you said, Ms. Anderson said, I was here earlier. What you mean? Well, ma'am, I didn't see you. So if I didn't see you, you wasn't here. I can already hear it now. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I can hear it now. But like, the craziest part is, I just want to preface this by saying this. Because of stuff like this, because of this mentality that is being carried on and it's not being corrected by the older women directly out here, you're going to have a lot of these young dudes who are professionals at this moment in time that actually have something. Like, he has something that you can build like a relationship and a family off of, right? He can be all over the world just driving, right? What's going to inevitably happen when stuff like this keeps happening? It's only going to take about a few more times for a dummy like that to say that to him, and he's gonna be like, yo, I'm looking elsewhere. I'm looking elsewhere. My options are open for X, Y, and Z. I ain't looking for nothing here in the United States. I promise you. Because he seemed like the type of dude that just like technically just keep to himself. He's like level-headed. I'm just gonna, do work. I'm gonna, progress and move at a certain pace and and get things done that way. I'm sad that happened to him, but I'm happy that it happened at the same time. Because that, like, stuff like that, especially being on like a platform, stuff like that is like quite embarrassing to have stuff like that happen. But it's a good thing that it happened so that initial shock can get out the way, So the next time that it happens, it's whatever. He's gonna be looking like, I expected it. It's cool. Next, it's gonna be that type of deal. He ain't gonna be standing there too long. He ain't gonna be waiting. He ain't gonna be trying to, change somebody's position on the whole topic. He's gonna just basically move on. But like I said, you're gonna have a lot of young dudes out here. They're watching what is happening on a lot of these social medias where people are going directly on these little, pods or whatnot or whatever, and they're looking at it, paying attention to a lot of these women. It's not gonna fare well. It is not going to fare well. Crazy. D said a lot of women think that their, how can I put this? Their cat is so worth it. Worth a lot. It's crazy. Yeah. Third Eye said he will be able to purchase his first home by the time he's 25. Yeah, probably even before then, depending on what it is that he's trucking and everything. Like, that dude gonna be making crazy money. And like I said, he's single. He don't got no kids, no responsibility. It's over. He can sit up there and just stay on a road for like some months and just packing in the money, packing it in, and then sit up there and be like, all right, I'm gonna, stop for a minute. I'm gonna give it a break for like a month or two, and just sit up there and like relax and enjoy this and enjoy it. Man, woo, it's gonna be crazy. Like I said, she don't have no understanding because she's stupid. She is so dumb. And realistically, you know what? I'm actually happy that she's that dumb and that she overlooked him, because if she technically had any type of intelligence, she would have tried to trap him understanding the fact of him having a CDL. So I'm actually happy that she's dumb. Tippy said, some black males said that white women and Latino women are softer and more feminine, but I think she's a white Latina, but not soft, feminine, or friendly. LOL. Like I said, I don't know what she is. I just know that she's 100% stupid. And I've covered videos like this before, and this type of mentality is it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Angela, I was about to say Angela A. Angela said, "Want to be bopper? Not there yet." That's true. She'll probably be on OnlyFans. That's probably what's gonna happen. ATL said all he had to say was, "Lady, look at yourself," and she would have been done. Yeah, she's already cooked. She's mad at him because he got a Target bag. What does that even mean? He could just be carrying his lunch directly in there or whatnot or whatever. This dude got a CD. Like, oh man, oh my god. It's crazy, but that's what happens when people are too wrapped up in money. Third Eye said, yeah, 25 is the worst case scenario for him to purchase a home. Ray said she don't look good enough to be his alternate side chick. That's facts. Ray said, no, he goes too many places. He sees actual beautiful women. And yeah, that's the whole other thing. She's not going to, like, this dude being a truck driver, that girl is not going to be able to compare to the women that he's going to see throughout the states. she probably can't even really compare to the women that are actually in the same city, probably even in the same neighborhood. But she thinks that she's worth a millionaire. Crazy work. And she ain't never seen or met one. Crazy. Diabolical work. Diabolical. But yeah, guys, that is pretty. Wait, Tippy said, Seji, is she white or Latino? I don't know. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Wait, what was that? Who said that? T. Davis said they can't all be OF worthy. I mean, somebody will pay for it. That's what I can tell you. Somebody will pay for it. D Money said, "Can you file a risk taker on your taxes?" She probably, if she don't know what a CDL is, she don't even know what taxes are. She don't even know what a 1099 is. I think the extent to her knowledge is what a W-2 is. That's it. She probably never even went to H&R Block. Just to be real with you, she probably didn't even do that. Where it said, delusion of inclusion. Yep. ATL said feminism is hurting Western women. Third Eye said after 2 months of CDL training, he will make more money than 99.99999% of people coming out of college after 4 years. And that's crazy. But this is why technically I like people going for other things. Now, and again, shout out to the people who went through college, did the hard work and the dedication to get whatever degree that you got, to be in whatever field that you went directly into. Much love, respect, and the dedication, and appreciation. Because, like I said, I went into college, but that's all I did. I made it through the doors, didn't make it back out. Right. But I know for a fact that if I would have been able to go for a trade school during that time versus going for college, I would have made it out better. I would have actually stayed directly through there because there would have been things there that are specific and that I would have been interested in. That I would have went through the 6 months to the year, or maybe a year and a half or 2 years to, actually finalize and complete. Miss Anderson said, I can hear her now with his H&R Block. Bars. That is bars. 100% bars. Like I said, it's crazy work. And that's why I say I feel very bad for the young men directly out here, because their options in trying to find suitable and capable young women at this moment in time, yeah, it's going to be slim. Because a lot of the young women out here are pretty much copying whatever they see from female celebrities or women on IG or X, or women who are doing OF. Like I said, it's crazy. It's gonna be bad. Crazy. Tiffy said that's sad, but women like her can easily get men to spend money on her. Yeah, she can get the stupid ones. She can get the stupid ones. Leo said feminism isn't the issue. I beg to differ, but all right. I beg to differ. You said feminism isn't really the issue, but men are. Dear God. It comes to a point in time where I have issues where people don't want to take a type of accountability for the things that are like taking place and happening. I'll put it to you like this. Men make the women on OF rich, correct? We can sit up there and get that directly cleared out. But men did not force or make the women go directly to OF. Those women decided to go for the oldest job in existence at this moment in time to make easy money. You even have a woman directly that is doing OF at this moment in time. I think she was into like chemistry. She has an actual degree. She's basically like a scientist, but she opted to not use her degree and she opted to go directly for OF, which is 1,000% crazy. That makes no sense. So you're foregoing all of that information, all of that college, all of that money in order to sit up there and just make quick and fast money directly on OF. That don't make no sense. That don't make no type of sense. That is diabolical work to do something like that. Leo said, why do you always think of OF? That's because you got some women on there that are making quite a bit of money at the moment of time. I think, what was the one girl name? I think it was like Sophie Rain. I think she said she made about like 72 million on OF. So yeah, that's why I'm going to mention that, because you're not going to show me another place in existence where a woman could go without a college education and make millions of dollars. That's why I'm going to bring up OF. Let me see what you say. You said men cause 99% of the issues in the world and women don't feel safe outside. Brother, what are we talking about here? Where are we going now? Where? How did we get from this girl turning down a guy working a standard job, actually, being a professional, and she's quote unquote looking for a millionaire, to now we're at the point in time where women don't feel safe around men? How do we get here? There's only one other dark step that this could sit up there and take, and I'm waiting for that to sit up there and get listed directly in the comment section. That's crazy, because the funniest thing is, when I happen to go out and I walk about and I see women, I don't happen to see them looking unsafe. I don't see them clutching their pearls. I don't see them clutching their handbag. I don't see them hurrying up and trying to lock their house door or the door to their car because they see me sitting up there coming. I don't see that. When I'm in a grocery store, I don't see women rushing out of the grocery store because a man is walking through the like all of this stuff that y'all want to sit up there and speak and make it seem like men are just like this type of like boogeyman where everybody is just so fearful. Where people are just afraid to walk, just afraid to go out during the day and just do that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Like, good Lord. Let me see. You said he proved your point. That didn't prove my point. You sitting up there going towards one person. Okay, so you don't feel safe around him. That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with the other men directly in the comment section. So it's like, what are we talking about? Like you're making such a broad general. So that means let me just clarify this, right? Let me just clarify this, right? That also means because I'm guessing so Leo, are you a woman? Let me know, are you a woman? Because I want to be very specific. Let me know. It don't matter. Now you want to sit up there and call me goofy. Now I'm specifically talking to you. So I'm just going to preference this by saying that you're more than likely a woman because you didn't want to sit up there and actually respond. So as a person, as the woman that you are, because you want to talk about men being this and men being that, that means that you should be terrified. If you even have a son, you should be terrified of your son because he's going to become a man. That means you should also be terrified of your uncle, your grandfather, your father. Matter of fact, you should not. You should actually be. You said, oh, that's even worse. So you're saying that women should not or should not feel safe, don't feel safe, and are scared of men. And you're saying this. So again, what are you? I'm asking a simple question. Are you male or female? I'm trying to be very direct, very specific. Very direct, very specific. I'm trying to get this, I'm trying to make a very clear point. Are you male or female? Oh, so now I'm sexist. That's answer the damn question. Like you're gonna come up here basically trying to say that men are the main like danger directly out here, yada yada yada, all this other type of stuff, but you can't even specifically state who it is that you are. You said pronouns. Okay, well I don't do pronouns. I do human being. That's what I do. I do human being. Because like I said, people can't even specifically state what it is that they are anymore. This is crazy work. Crazy work. It's like it's going to get to a point in time where if you want to say that somebody's a human being, people are. It's not a wrong thing to say. Like, brother, no, your pronouns are jack and ass. That's exactly what your pronouns are. Like that's crazy. Like this is why I be sitting up there trying to tell y'all when people want to specifically actually have a conversation with people want to start acting stupid because once you start directing everything towards them, now they want to start acting like children. Like I said, there's probably more than likely another person that's older than me acting stupid again. Like that's crazy. Like that is crazy. It's like you can't even just answer a simple question. Like that is diabolical. Then you got somebody else talking about bringing up Diddy. Like, what are we even doing right now? So, like, I don't even know what type. You might be on that baby all the time. I guess I don't know. That's some crazy work. because wasn't nobody in here talking about Diddy. Brandy World say he's trolling. Obviously so. Because like I said before, you're not going to sit up and tell me that you're a guy and then you're about to be like, yeah, men are the most dangerous. Women don't feel safe at all. And I'm like, if that was the case, then women would just stay in their homes. If that was the case, if somebody were to break in, then women wouldn't also call the police, because guess what? More than likely, 99.9% of the police force are men. If your house is on fire, you're not going to call the fire department because you're dealing with men. If you got a heart attack, you're not calling EMS because chances are it's going to be a man coming there. So it's like, yo, when people start saying this stuff, they're not thinking about the whole broader conversation and topic. Because you can sit up there, all right, you can sit up there and say men are dangerous. But who are you going to be calling when you hear a bump at the night at 3 o'clock a.m. and a window breaks in your kitchen? Oh, you're calling a man. You're not calling women to come save you. Lois Lane doesn't yell, help, help, Wonder Woman, where are you? She says, help, help, Superman. It's a clear-cut difference. This is all I'm saying, Tippy. At the end of the day, there are dangers directly out there. Wars and everything else like that, yeah. Conflicts, sure. Men, yes, great. But to try to make it seem as though that women are just inherently 100% frantic and scared of men, that means that you should be nowhere around men at all. That means that you should stay away from your father, because there's a potentiality there, because you don't know what any man could do. You don't know what any man could do because you don't know the thought process. Because remember, men are inherently violent. We are inherently criminal-minded and dangerous. So even if it's your father, you don't know what he could be contemplating. You don't know what could spike the anger levels and make him do this, that, and the third. You be staying away from uncles. You should never have a male best friend of any type of quote unquote pronoun or whatnot or whatever. You should pretty much be in an all woman society, all woman area. But that's not what people are doing. At this moment in time, we currently have a few all female gyms. Do you know where women are still going? They're still going to the gyms where men are. Color me surprised. But yet, just like somebody said, oh, men are dangerous. Oh, we're so fearful of men. How fearful are you of men if you're going to a gym where you got these big, brolic, strong dudes who might be even on steroids? That seems a little bit stupid to me. Why would you, if you're so fearful, why would you tempt fate? Why would you do that? Just wondering. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you out here trying to make it seem like dudes 24/7, like we're just out here just trying to do something. What? Like, that's crazy. And like somebody else basically stated, when you think about the United States in comparisons to other places around the world, it's safer. Other places, women and young girls are getting stoned. Literally, there's videos on X of that. I've seen those videos. And I'm talking about recent times. But people want to sit up there and make it seem like, you're better off, in other places. Other places do so much. I guess so. Like I said, go to the Middle East. Let me know. Matter of fact, if you're a white woman, go to India. Go to India by yourself. Let me know how that works out for you. Let me know. Because there's videos of that as well too. A journalist had to sit up there and run directly out of there after the lights went off. And she had a male cameraman, mind you. And they had to sit up there and run. She had to run for her safety. That was in India. But like I said before, magically, most dangerous place in the world, United States for women when it deals with men. It's just all over. It just is what it is, right? The most villainous of the villainous of individuals are just in the United States. Women cannot walk anywhere. Like I said, if women couldn't walk anywhere in the United States because men are so dangerous, who's protecting women from men? Because last time I checked, in a multitude of videos that I've literally done on this platform, even if you have had a man that was going to try to do something or harmful to a woman, I've seen men step up and handle that guy real quick. justice like you've never seen before. But it's crazy when we talk about these situations, nobody ever wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's crazy work. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, I could talk about how bad America is because I'm Black American. I'm born and raised in the United States, along with my relatives, along with my family. So I could sit up there and talk about home. I'm a little bit confused on how you're confused on why I would be talking about America. No, Tippy, I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about the Leo person directly up there. Like, that's crazy to me. That is diabolical work. I mean, this is the thing, Tippy. Like I said, if women would want to go directly, this is the thing though. The reason why you don't have a lot of female firefighters is because you got to be able to actually move. Like Tippy, during or after this live stream, I want you to go directly online and just go to YouTube and type in like I guess it would be like firefighter exercises or workouts. Most men can't even finish that whole exercise or that workout, whatever it is, where they got to climb the ladder, they got to carry, the hose like all rolled up and do this and do that. They got to jump over this and jump. A lot of men can't even sit up there and finish that. So and these men are in shape. Dudes that are in shape that sit up there and lift. So if they are having a hard time doing it, I know for a fact women are, especially carrying all of that heavy weight and having to put on all of that stuff. And then that's not to mention that normally when you deal with firefighters, like you would always see the pictures of firefighters carrying somebody directly out of the home. Yeah, a lot of women are not about to be carrying nobody over their shoulder. A lot of women are not about to be sitting up there carrying a fully grown man directly over their shoulder. They're going to need somebody to help them drag that guy directly out. But like I said, I'm not against an all women firefighter team, all women police force, EMS. Like I said, if that's the type of thing that makes women comfortable, hey, so be it. I don't got no problem with it. I just don't want to hear no complaints about people talking about how hard it is and the difficulties that they got to face because they got men who are EMS workers. They've been attacked, stabbed, shot at, all this fought, and all this other type of stuff. So all I'm saying is when women step into these exact same seats, I ain't trying to hear no complaints because men been sitting up there dealing with this since the longest time possible. Like I said, a lot of this stuff, it comes directly with the job. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. You said today you're saying what is it? Patch said today you're saying how better America is. I'm only pointing out this one example in contrast to what somebody else is basically trying to state about men in the United States. That's all I'm doing. This ain't nothing to go home and write about. It's just this one instance that I'm literally talking about. Even though I just had a video talking about another instance where you had an older Caucasian male that decided that he wanted to sit up there and talk to a 10-year-old girl. Like I said, I can play that video back. I just don't feel like doing it right now. Even though I got 2 videos up talking about it already on the channel. But I know that a lot of people don't want to, look at those videos. Jacket said, some buff girls. I mean, you can know some women that work out, but just because they work, like there's women right now that can lift weights that are directly in the gym, but that don't mean they want to be firefighters. That's the difference. You can have women that work out or that are very athletic. That doesn't mean that they want to be a firefighter. So that, like I said, that's that whole thing. Like I know a lot of guys who have the size to be like a wrestler or to be playing or the height to be in the NBA. But just because they got that don't mean that they want to do that. It'd be like that. You said you wouldn't care if men look at you at the gym. They probably see something. He probably sees something he likes. Yeah, but you know, this is a whole different day and age where the main way to make a lot of money is if you're not doing, OF, then you have to make videos negatively talking about men, where you have the women that were going specifically to the gyms wearing the tightest clothes possible, not wearing no type of underwear, and specifically doing certain workouts or poses, and they know that men are going to be looking. And then if a man looks, magically he's a creep. Magically, he's a criminal. He needs to get locked up. He needs to get charged. And like I said, crazy work. This is why you got Joey Swoles that was out there sitting up there calling out a lot of this nonsense at these gyms. And this is why a lot of guys do not want a lot of women at the gyms no more, because you got this type of culture where nobody is saying nothing about this. Everybody's just egging it on. And a lot of women out here think that it's okay to sit up there and just film guys do all of this ridiculous stuff and then try to say that these guys are this, that, and the third. It's crazy. Like, you could potentially ruin like a dude's like relationship or a marriage or job opportunity because you're trying to make a claim of which you have no type of valid proof about. Like, that's crazy. Let me see. Let me see what we got. Wait, Tippy said, I don't like hardcore feminist blame and generalization of all men. That's wrong. No, I trust me, I'm right there with you, Tippy. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. Yeah. Yep. That is bars. Yep. There are men out there that will literally give you his shoes. That's facts. Blood Moon said, I care more about the guys, those who I check. I'm not sure what that means. Thought I said, ever notice not a single woman who chose the bear pack up their stuff to get their Grizzly Adams on and live in the forest? Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. That was what was that, like earlier this year? That was like a January, like maybe like what, December to February type of thing that was going on. That was a crazy. It's amazing. We went from like, man, what would you choose, the man or the bear? And then we went from that to one gorilla versus 100 men. It's crazy. It's crazy. Tippy said, I know I want to see feminists do it. Not saying women are weak, but men and women are different for a reason. That's facts. That is facts. Oh, you're doing that as a joke. Okay, I got you. ATL said, I stopped going to the gym because of these half naked women going around. I just work out in the garage. Like, this is what the main thing that I felt that needed to happen is that guys should have just started buying like a little bit of like gym equipment and just working out in the basement or at home. And as the gym memberships basically decline, that would mean the money would also decline as well, which means that they would have to start cutting the work of the amount of workers there, and they would start have to cut the hours of the gym. And then slowly but surely, the gym is just going to shut down because there's not enough women hitting up these gyms, buying these memberships in order to go there to work out. And those are just the facts. So that would then mean that those women would have to they would either have to get their own workout equipment at their apartment or whatnot or whatever, which 9 times out of 10 they're not going to sit up there and do, or they would have to really start opening up an all women's gym, which is rarely going to be done. Or the third option is that the women out here would have to start calling out this madness so that the gym closures will stop, which is not really going to happen. So, crazy work. Jackie said, or wear shades if you want to pee. That's crazy. Jackie said, that's called misandry. Bars. Copper said, too many men are fully showing their hatred towards women that many have highlighted on social media. Good thing the down laws have alternatives to go to now and leave women alone. What? I don't even know what you're talking. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? What are we, like I said before, like, yo, This is what I'm saying. Like, yo, if y'all really out here really think that men are just 100% the villain, cool, right? Women have some of the most money of which that they can use to just buy and build. And the thing that I've stated before, which is crazy to me, right? A lot of women can agree that men are just 100% dangerous, up to no good, all this other type of stuff. They're just, villains and criminals. Cool, no problem, right? So why don't all of these women get together? There's a lot of land all across the United States, right? So why is it that a lot of these women don't formulate a developmental property of which only women can be there? Because they feel that their safety is in a sense, or their life is being threatened because men are just existing, men are just there. But the problem with that developmental property is, right, because you got to have contractors, you got to have people to do the hard labor. I would sit up there and say that if this is a thing that needs to happen, and I believe that women should be able to feel safe, right? I want people to understand I do not have a problem with women. If they feel that men are dangerous, no problem. I'm not gonna go against you on that. But I will say is that you should live in an area of which you should be able to feel safe. You got your own grocery stores, you got your own gyms, you got your it should be like a mini like Amazonian, type of thing where it's just all woman everything, right? But the problem with the development of that is that you got to have somebody build it. And if we're going to go to the extent of stating that it's all women everything, that also means that the people doing the construction that are doing the building, from like the steel to the woodworking, the concrete, the asphalt, all of that, the excavation, it should also be women. So you would have to find enough women that are going to work those long hours, 12, 14, 18 hours, to put up those houses, do the carpentry, the electrician, the piping, the modeling, and all the other type of stuff to the home. Like I said, it'll be I would love to see it. I would love to see it. That's where I'm at. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, I have no problem with women wanting to sit up there and feel safe. I highly believe that if women want to feel safe, then those women should put their money together. Like they got areas, let's say like Arizona, maybe no, California is too expensive. It'll probably have to be somewhere out west, right? The open areas like a Colorado, a Montana. I like to say it like that. Um, Let me see, Colorado, Utah, Colorado. It would have to be like areas, Wyoming, like areas like that where there's a lot of space, a lot of land, where you can facilitate the construction needed in order to give everybody their space and backyard and and different things of that nature. But yes, I don't know. You know, Blood Moon said, why straight guys have an issue. Gay guys don't mind what you wear for your workout. Um, so the reason why that is a problem is because a lot of the women that are coming to the gym that are putting up a camera, they're doing it in order to put to their social media. They're doing it for attention. That's the whole thing. And then if a guy just so happens to glance for 2 seconds, 2 seconds ain't nothing. 2 seconds is not a lifetime or anything like that. If a dude even just looks at 2 seconds because the girl is like attractive or her body is attractive, automatically he's deemed as a creep. It was like the video that is directly on social media where this white girl was in the gym. She had on her gym outfit and all this other type of stuff, and she was about to take off her shirt. And then she saw a black dude in the background. She was like, "Can I help you with something? Do you need something? Is there a problem?" He was like, "Is she talking to me?" He was like, "This is wild." He was like, "What'd you say?" She was like, "Oh, okay, I thought so." I'm like, "Dog, what is your problem? Like nobody's even talking to you." So the dude came over there. He was like, "Yo, is there a problem?" And she was like, "Is there a problem?" And he was like, "No, but you can get out though." And she was like, basically, oh, make me and all this other type of stuff. Long story short, her membership got canceled and she got put directly out that gym. This is the problem that guys have when it deals with a lot of these women setting up cameras and wanting to sit up there and film. It's the entitlement, it's the selfishness, it's the arrogance that takes place. And it's also the culture where you have these women out here that want to sit up there and blame. Like I say, you don't have to believe me, right? I'm a straight man, right? A lot of people don't believe straight men, right? So you can go directly online and you can watch a lot of these videos where you have these women who are being called out for doing a lot of nonsensical things. There's even a video of a woman who was quote unquote, she was filming herself supposedly on a treadmill, and she panned the camera back to show some guy on a treadmill on the opposite side staring at a wall, and she tried to make it seem as though that the dude was staring at her as she was working out. Like I said, this is why guys are backing away from a lot of things. This is why. Like, stuff out here is crazy. Let me see. What are you even talking about? You said some guys work out shirtless. That's okay. Why? Question mark. Just because you're not attracted to them doesn't mean others. What are we even talking about? Where are we even at? Oh my God. Where are we even at right now? Where are we even at? Where are we even at? Like, why would a woman be working out with I'm just gonna leave that up there. I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know what's even happening right now. Dear Lord. Dear God. Like, I don't even know what's even happening. Why would a woman be working out without any type of like what? And then we're going on a whole thing of talking about if somebody's attractive or not. Nobody was talking about anybody being attractive. Like what? And it's like the craziest thing is now we're also at a point in time where women are like, yo, why don't guys come up to us in a club? Why aren't you guys buying us drinks? Like, why don't you guys just like say hi to us? Because we did. We tried to. Because you have one community and then you have the women directly out there that set up there and told straight men like, yo, stop trying to talk to women. Stop telling them that they're beautiful. Stop saying hi. That's highly aggressive. That's doing this, that's doing that, that's being very predatory. Like, dudes can't do nothing out here. So we just backed out. Y'all got it. Y'all can say hi to yourselves. You can open the door for yourself. If you need help at Lowe's or any of these other places when you're picking up heavy, you got it yourself. Get that wheelbarrow or whatever it is, or you better buy one, and you sit up there and put those 50 bags of soil directly in the back of your car, your truck. Because don't no man need to sit up there and be around you, because we don't want you to think that he's trying to conversate and trying to get your number. We don't want you to think that he's trying to line you up and target you and trying to be a predator. Like, this is crazy. And this is why I sat up there and told y'all before, because of the society that we are in, where we literally got two demographics that have told straight men to back away from women. This is why I don't open doors. This is why if a woman drops something, I am not picking it up. If she needs help, I am not helping. I'm sitting up there watching. I'm cheering her on. You are a strong woman. I'm watching and hearing you roar. You got this. You got it. Just like, what was that one commercial? Anything you can do, I can do better. Yes, you can. You got it. You can do everything better than me. You got it. You can lift that bag of concrete. You can put down that gravel. You can sit up there and cut your own grass. You got it. Like I said, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing. It's crazy. Diabolical. Like I said, like I keep trying to tell a lot of the women out here, is like, yo, y'all do not understand the things that y'all happen to say and the effects that it will have. It don't take a lot in order for men to be like, oh, no problem. We're just going to sit up there and back. If you sit up there and tell men to stop, we'll cut off the whole thing 100%. You got it. And then the faucet will not get turned back on. like I said, it's crazy to see women complaining about getting all of these compliments and this, that, and the third. Like, oh, just because I wear a tight this and tight that doesn't mean that I want a compliment. Or you walking up trying to say hi and all this other type of stuff. And then I'm looking at women on social media talking about their DMs are dry. Their messages are dry. Why is it that when they go out to the club that no man is coming up to them and trying to ask them to dance or wants to go out with them or ask them for the, because you specifically told men to stop. So men, as a lot of people like to say, how men don't listen. Oh no, men listen. Men listen very well. And you told us to sit up there and stop. Gotcha. So like I said, nobody better slip and fall in front of me. I am not helping you up. I'll call 911. Matter of fact, let me not even call 911 because I don't even want to pick up my phone because you may think that I'm trying to take some type of provocative picture of you to post it on Reddit. I'm good. I'm not even going to do nothing. I don't even see it. I'm Sandra Bullock in Bird Box. Girl, boy, boy, girl. I'm Stevie Wonder. I'm Ray Charles. I don't see nothing. I'm a blind Shaolin monk. Just meditating through the winds like the Avatar. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. If people think that that's drastic, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I got to sit up there and save myself. I'm not about to get caught up in no accusations. Not doing it. It's too serious out here. Nobody. It is too hot. Nope. I'm not built for that kitchen. I am staying out. I am in the frozen tundra. I am in the Arctic with the polar bears. And we are fishing on the side with the penguins. That's what we're doing. That's where we're at. But anyways, much love and respect. Jackie said you on that no fap for grind. Hey, it be like that. It be like that. It be like that. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all who have been a part of the many of the conversations that we have been having directly during this live stream. Like I said, I appreciate you guys and love you guys a lot for coming directly through. Shout out to any and all donations who have pulled out directly to the No Diddy that pulled up directly to the live stream, and everything like that. I very much appreciate a lot of you guys being here, taking out the time. I didn't even know we was going here for that long because I enjoy the conversation, enjoy the engagement, being able to have conversations, converse with you guys back and forth. At the moment in time, we did pretty well. We had a nice 22K that pulled up. I'm about to see if I can get y'all the other numbers on the other side. I like to do this every now and again because I'm a numbers person. So we had 22 K on one end, and on the other end, let me see what we get. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? That's what we're at? Damn. So we had 22K on one end and we had 52K on the other end. So we got a nice 74K all together from both ends. So much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to everybody who pulled up directly to the scene, to the live stream. Again, means a lot. Shout out to anybody who may have just recently subscribed to the channel as well. Again, like D Money would always say, shout out to the regulars. Shout out to the regulars. Shout out to all of my wonderful and awesome mods directly out here for all of the hard work and dedication that y'all been doing over the years. Shout out to anybody that's a part of the patrons. Shout out to anybody that is a member of the channel and everything of that nature. Like I said, I enjoy these live streams, being able to converse and things of that nature. Somebody said, do men think about getting married when they glance or think about shallow intercourse? Probably both, I guess. I don't know. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. You guys are free. It is currently 7:40, at least on my time. So enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Spend some time with yourself. Get your feng shui directly in order. Catch up on some movies. Order some food. And I will see you guys in the next live stream /video. Peace out.